All right. Hopefully this thing's on and loud and clear. Set it there, and we should be good. Make sure I just so we're in whole chat instead of top. Should be good now. Let me see. There we go. Should be coming through nice and loud. I think we're coming through nice and loud. Hope everybody's doing good. I'm banged up pretty good. So, like, I'm exhausted. Everything else, I've got a pretty nasty jaw infection. I'm on antibiotics, so if my voice sounds jacked up or my speech, that's why. The antibiotics they gave me are so high dose that it's got me loopy too, so which is crazy. But anyway, hope everybody's doing good. Let's see, did that do what I think it just did? Yeah, I transitioned it and then detransitioned it. And tried doing that in certain surgeries. But I'll pull back the curtain in a minute. Might as well pull it back now. Like I said, I'm out of it. That's why I'm doing the lantern rings tonight. They're easy to paint. I knew I had to put something up. I was going to just skip the stream, and I'm like, nah, you know what? I've got to keep myself going. Otherwise, laziness, my superpower, will take over. But here we go. There's our lantern rings. And in the background, you can see the gray. I'm working on a Hikamotoka from My Hero Academia. I think it's Hikomo, Himiko. I can't remember what the hell her first name is, which I've had a few minor issues with. And I'll get in them. I actually have comparisons, so I can I can mess with it a bit. Okay, that's just a white over curing. But I'm gonna have to reprint part of her. Yeah, like I said, I'm kind of out of it, guys. The infection has me jacked up. We'll get the old monster going. Oh god damn. Hopefully everybody's doing well. It's been a crazy week for me. But then again, it's Christmas, so why not? Part of the reason I hate Christmas so much. Spark one up. Might as well. I don't know who's out there yet. If anybody's out there yet. There we go. How to pop up my YouTube studio thing so I can see. Alrighty. I guess I'm going to start out with the damn rings. Gonna be taste the rainbow bitches kind of moment. Because I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to base coat them, and then I'm going to go very gentle and color them, like give them some metallic highlight, things like this. I've also, like I said, I'll get into the Toga and what's going on with her statue that I'm doing for my buddy David Mon. Shout out to him. He sent me a screenshot of it. He's made it to the Diamond League in that Marvel Rivals game with his buddy Johnny Concrete. Shout out to him as well. And they rank out of everybody in the world. They are in the top 98.37 percentile. So I want you to think about that. You've got probably about 10 million people right now playing Marvel Rivals or checking it out, and they rank in the 98th percentile, like top 2% in the world. I know they're going to play in the tournament. I wish them nothing but luck. I told them, like I didn't even pretend like I belong on that level. I think I'm ranked 88% in the world or whatever, or 90% or something like this. But that difference in that 10% or 8% is ridiculously high. Like, I mean, they're incredibly skilled. A lot of times I feel they carry me through that game. And I'm more invested at this point in time learning different characters, what they do and stuff like this. Maybe someday I'll stream playing by myself and like with random people and then playing with those two and just showing the mass decimation that they lay out. It's unbelievable. As a matter of fact, now I've gone to a Wolverine main, and then I always, my original main was the Punisher, and then Hulk, and then that switched up to Captain America, and then now it's down to Wolverine and Hawkeye a lot, because I realized with Hawkeye, you can actually kind of spam the bow. So when somebody gets in close on you, as long as you're going for the headshot, you can just spam it. Cat to get my brain together a little bit more. Um, I don't know which color to start with. I mean, I've got a spare yellow lantern, so when I paint yellow, I'll have to do it twice. I'm thinking we'll go with our standard bearer first. We'll go with the green lantern, which is willpower. Actually, I would call it stubbornness more than willpower. And I had these arranged like this on purpose to match the graphic. So you should have fear, life, love, rage, willpower, compassion, greed, death, and hope. And as you can see by the chart up top, we're going yellow, white, purple, um, red, green, and then this is an indigo. So that's going to be an interesting way of painting that versus down here, which is the blue, the black, and orange. And like I don't know how many of you guys actually follow any kind of comics, especially when it comes to Green Lantern. When Jeff Johns was actually writing Green Lantern, it was unbelievably great. His stories took time to lay out, but by the end of it, the story that he actually laid out was so well crafted. Even though I wasn't a big fan of the battle at the end, basically, but you got one of the most iconic things I've ever seen in the comic books which was Sinestro and Hal Jordan. And, Sinestro started off as a Green Lantern and founded the Sinestro Corps. They went through a whole war, all this kind of stuff. But at the end, all the corps basically teamed up. And then Sinestro, as he was leaving or what have you, Hal Jordan says, "Hey, Sinestro, before you leave, I have a question for you. Were we ever friends?" And Sinestro turns to him and says, "That's the most tragic part of it all, Jordan. We were always friends." And then he flies away. And that's the last. It was supposed to be the last you ever saw of Sinestro, but of course, comic books being comic books and a great villain, they couldn't just let him go. So they brought him back and kind of shit on it. But the interaction between Hal Jordan and Sinestro in that moment, it's just iconic. God damn, this is going to be hopefully a fast stream. So I guess I will start off with my Orange Lantern. I was going to start off with Willpower, but I might as well do these in order. So let's go to our orange. We'll get the damn base coat on. Which I don't even know if they sell that color anymore, but I'm going to have to get more of it very soon here. Let's get us some paper towel, little brush cleaner. I really should just set up one of these little jars I have on my table to just clean my brushes. I don't know, I'm just too damn lazy. Really am, and being sick like I've been for the past couple days, I've been lazier than normal. So like I said, I'm just going to coat the hell out of these real quick. Nothing fancy. Just get like multiple layers on each ring. And then as we go, we'll get new detail on each one or what have you. The Orange Lantern, Agent Orange was the storyline for it. And that was Larfleeze. The yellow or the Orange Lantern oath is literally mine and mine and mine and mine and mine, because it's greed or avarice. Think in the comics, they did an arc called Blackest Night where normal ass superheroes got the rings and villains and stuff, and they were fighting Black Hand, who used the black ring and was bringing everybody back to life. And it was actually Lex Luthor who gets the orange ring. The orange ring's powerful because it can capture the souls of the fallen, and they get imbued into the ring, and then you can recall them and use them as warriors. So pretty badass there. So like I said, I'm just going into a light overcoating where I start getting into the deeper orange. And kind of a pain in the ass. My hands are barely working. Like I said, this infection has me pretty fucking jacked. Like I'm sweating while I'm sitting here. It's not fun times. Not fun times at all. So bad that my cigarette actually went out. Hopefully everybody else is doing well out there, and time with the family is coming up and all that stuff, and everybody's all excited, gonna get good shit for Christmas. I don't know if anybody's getting any kind of painting or 3D tools or any of this stuff. But if you do and you have questions about especially the 3D printing aspect, I'm more than happy to give you my secret sauce and different fails and trials and tribulations that I learned from. But yeah, Larfleeze, they did a whole arc where when they first came across him, he was a real son of a bitch. He's actually one of my more favorite lanterns. Even though he's just all greed, he cracks me up. He's like a very, very weird creature. One of the weird parts is in order to get to a white ring, you have to learn all the different colors of the spectrum. So you have to learn like, even though it's just like, oh, well, it's the opposite of Black Hand's ring, which is death. You have to train, basically, train yourself to learn how to use the White Lantern ring. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it's cool that you have like apparently they did a ring for depression or sadness too, and honestly, I don't give a shit because it's after they've kind of ruined comics. I really think when Jeff Johns left Green Lantern, he wrote such a drawn out, long, good tale that everything after it just sucks. Like the rest, whoever took over for him, like all of a sudden the story just kind of went to shit. And to be honest with you, back in the day, well, I say back in the day now, but not all that long ago, DC tried to streamline all their comics, and what they did was they did something called the New 52, and it was supposed to be like their 52 biggest titles or oldest titles, stuff like this, and they did like a consolidation of all timelines and everything else. And that's kind of when I hop back on reading comic books again. And the the Lantern Corps, like Green Lantern, was actually the book that I liked the most out of all of them. Well, that and Tales of the Dark Knight, the Batman comic, was fantastic because they did different villains and rebuilt their origin stories. So, like Scarecrow, for example, his whole backstory was amazing. Same thing with the Mad Hatter. I always thought that was kind of a doofy character, even though he uses mind control and all that kind of stuff. Batman villain. But the way they did it, they gave him like this sad, tragic backstory where he was a kid who basically couldn't grow and just wanted people to like him. So he was kind of like a midget. He had some disorder with his hormones, but it also induced rage in him. Like, just, it was a fantastic story, in my opinion, because I never gave a shit about that villain until that story. And it's weird. I feel bad. Um, some villains, like that's your best villain is a tragic one or one that you can kind of see, like Thanos from the Avengers is a good one. Like from the actual MCU, not the comic books. In the comic books, Thanos saw as just a dick. Like he just wanted to impress basically Mistress Death and all this kind of shit. And that's why he wanted all the Infinity Stones and snap half of life as a way to impress Mistress Death. In the movie, it's terrible, but I kind of found myself agreeing in part with Thanos. Like, I don't think he was completely wrong with what his ideas were. God, my hands are bad tonight. As bad as my head is, my hands are even worse. But yeah, Thanos, I mean, snapping out half of all life, and it's like, well, somebody brought up, or always brings up, rather, whenever you have that discussion, well, why didn't he just double resources if he could do anything with his power? And the answer to that is, well, that's just it. You keep doubling life at an exponential rate. Eventually, you are going to run out of resources. So if you double the resources, you're just delaying it for a while. Like, to be honest with you, even snapping half of life, you're going to have to double resource. Like, you're going to eventually run into the same problem. Like, it's going to keep happening over and over again. Like, I don't know. Villains that you can understand their point of view. Same thing with like Fleas. Like I said, he's just a greedy bastard, last of his kind, wanting to own everything. Almost like the One Ring from Lord of the Rings. It kind of possessed him as much as he possesses it. So the Aber's ring, the orange ring that I'm painting, makes sense. Absolutely makes sense. I have not been really watching the news. Like I said, I've had a lot of different shit going on, real world shit that has been fucked up. So some of the news I watch, some of the stuff I'll put on in the background makes me laugh. Seeing different craziness. But the drones, I guess Joe Biden came out and actually gave a statement on it, from what I understand, and said that it was one hobbyist, and then more hobbyists came in and started doing this, that, and the other, but they're all flying by FAA regulation, so they're good. But yeah, I trust that about as much as I trust letting a fart loose after eating a lot of Taco Bell. Like, you're gonna shit your pants. Not to be trusted. Oh my fucking god. My head is so goddamn foggy, guys. I am sorry. But yeah, I mean, most of everything right now is just everybody's in a holding pattern. Happens this way every Christmas, Thanksgiving, right around this time of year. And all the different people that make their loot with the news have got to be like, well, they got fat off the election. Anytime there's an election, all those people get really fat and flush with cash because you get tens of thousands of people watching. Maybe you picked up some new viewers or what have you, but for the most part, then what? Then when you got after it's done, you kind of bullshit your way through it, but reality is not much is happening. I got to get everything packaged up too. I got to mail out Buddy Christ to my one daughter. Smurf, I got to send to him his Conan. I still haven't even packaged that thing up, and I did that thing a week ago. But like I said, I've been janked up. One thing in the news I did see, well, it's somewhat news. It's just YouTube news for the most part, as far as YouTubers go. And I know it's just rumor and speculation. I haven't heard anything where it's like, yes, this is definitely happening. But word on the streets is that Tim Pool is apparently going to sell to Daily Wire like sell out his whole operation and move to Memphis. Thought that was a little odd. I don't know. Like, I know he said he's expecting a kid and he was thinking about killing his podcasting or what have you, or like cutting things down and all this stuff, and freaking out about it because I guess that's just what you do when you have a kid. I don't know. I don't get how that works, but, or what the rationale is there, I should say. I got to figure out a way to hold this damn thing while I'm painting it. But yeah, Tim Pool always wanted to be independent and nobody will ever own us and all this shit, and then just selling out to somebody. I know he like pulled the whole grift of, well, I'm not going to be doing this anymore and all that, but then immediately fired a bunch of people that I don't even know if they deserved it or not. I mean, I don't know what they did wrong or what have you, but why like selling out to Daily Wire? Why the hell would you sell to Daily Wire? Like, they're not going to give you, like, we saw the contracts with Daily Wire when Steven Crowder went independent or what have you. Got knocked off of YouTube, and then he was talking about going to Daily Wire, and that was not a good contract. I wouldn't have signed that shit. So, I don't know what the truth is there or what have you, but I will just opine on, you know, the whole idea of it. I guess if it makes sense for Tim Pool, he's already made his money. You might as well get the hell out. Like, just completely. Just enjoy life, dude. You made money. You grifted the fuck out of everybody. You faked it till you made it. And people bought your bullshit hook, line, and sinker. So I guess, yeah, just take the loot and run at that point if you're that scumbag. And he is that scumbag. That one ridge is going to be a pain in the ass. I got to let the paint dry. I'm slapping it on way too wet and not giving it time to cure itself so I can get another layer going on top of it. Which, it's almost time to start lightening this paint up anyway. But yeah, one of the other things I thought was hysterical, because I always talk about the guy, and he's a complete bullshit artist. Like, from my opinion, he's a complete bullshitter. And it's that dude Billy Carson. He talks about all this different stuff about the Anunnaki. He's basically, if you've ever heard of Zecharia Sitchin, who told the whole story of the Anunnaki, and we're basically, we were put on this earth to be slaves to the aliens. Like, they genetically modified us to farm gold for them because they came from a planet called Nibiru, and Nibiru apparently had some kind of disaster, and supposedly the way the story goes is they came down, they took the Homo sapiens that were already here, well, whatever we were, Homo erectus, whatever, and modified us to just harvest gold for them because they needed to float the gold in their atmosphere because of some ecological disaster and all this. We rebelled and all this kind of crap, right? Like this whole mess. And he goes into it. Well, Billy Carson really takes shots at Christianity a lot. And as anybody who's watched me long enough knows, I'm not a Christian. I got no dog in that fight. Like, you believe in what you want to believe in, and we're good with that. But Billy Carson stated like 4 or 5 different occasions that the crucifixion never happened, that Jesus was never crucified. And then he started citing different books. And it was hysterical because the books that he's citing, like, I know one of them was called The Emerald Tablets of Thoth. That was pure bullshit made up by somebody back in like 1943 or something like this. The guy went and said that he found, and it might even been earlier than 1943. Don't get me wrong on the, or, quote me on the dates. Like I said, I'm foggy headed as it is. But he said that, like old buddy who wrote this book supposedly went to the Egyptian pyramids, found the emerald um, tablets of Thoth, and they told a whole story about this, that, and the third, about Thoth the Atlantean that traveled from here, there, and everywhere, giving technology to everybody and all this shit. And I guess actual academics have proven that it was all bullshit. They asked for actual evidence, all this stuff. The guy couldn't provide it. And then, his story changed from, well, I read him myself to a friend of mine, or a guy I know over there got him for me. Hey, Devin, how are you? I'm talking about Billy Carson and the him getting the shit knocked out of him by a guy who is 110% an academic when it comes to Christianity. So basically, the whole thing was Billy Carson had stated multiple times crucifixion never happened, and then there's another book called like Jesus Christ Wife or something like this, the wife of Jesus Christ, and like he cites all this different shit. Well, the academic, they went on this show, and it's like some kind of small time podcaster, like, I mean, bigger than me, but small. And that, I'm not gonna lie, the guy who was hosting it was kind of like weird, in my opinion. Like he was Christian and he interjected way more than he needed to during the whole like talking or what have you. But Billy Carson goes on this fucking show and he starts talking about, well, the Emerald Tablets of Thoth or, what have you, tells me this. And he said something about, I can't remember what the hell the name of the book is now. But the academic turned around and said, yeah, this book, right? And he grabbed an actual copy of the book and he goes, no, the crucifixion's right in here. It's right here on this page. And like flip to it. Billy Carson immediately changes the narrative to something else. He goes, oh, I misspoke. I meant something of Barnabas. I can't remember. The Chronicles of Barnabas or some shit. Oh, you don't know who Billy Carson is? So I was kind of explaining that a little bit. Billy Carson, my whole thing is I like watching shit that is possible, but I also like to debunk it if I can. So, for example, like UFOs. Flat out UFOs, the only two people I find at all credible are Bob Lazar and God, what's his name? Commander David Fravor. By the way, Devin, I've got a jaw infection. I'm on pretty high end fucking antibiotics, so my brain is addled right now. Like I'm pouring sweat while I'm doing this. So UFO is a good band, nice. Um, but I'll watch stuff where people are talking about it, and I like to listen to them because maybe there's something that they're going to point me to that will educate me on esoteric knowledge. And I also like, if somebody's a complete fucking fraud, calling them a complete fucking fraud. Like completely, like, yeah, you're full of shit. But Billy Carson is a Harvard graduate, and so he is very, very smart. But the whole thing is, he talks about the Anunnaki, like space aliens, basically that built the human race to mine gold for the planet Nibiru. Stuff like this, like we're basically genetically engineered. He kind of shits on all religions and everything else. And the whole thing is, I can tell it's a grift, but you got people that are true believers in what he's saying that don't do their research enough. So it's like, I don't like people that dupe other people or grift like that. Like, it pisses me off because he's enriching himself basically out of deceiving everybody around him. It's one thing if you're, like you're in the movie industry. Yes, you're putting on lights and magic for people to watch and enjoy and get some kind of entertainment out of it. But when you got people that were like, I was a hardcore Christian all my life, and because of you, I've denounced Jesus, or I was a hardcore Muslim, I denounce Allah, whatever. Like Billy Carson does that shit with certain people. No, no, no painkillers. But yeah, so the whole thing is he's on this podcast with this guy who actually has studied religion his whole life, has degrees in it and everything else, and the guy fucking destroyed him. Like made him look like a complete asshole because the first point that Billy Carson made was, well, the crucifixion wasn't real. It wasn't in, like this one thing disproves it. And like this guy's the actual academic pointed to everything and just blew him out of the water. And he was a Canadian guy who you can tell is very hardcore Christian, but very polite, very nice, and wasn't nasty to him or mean to him or anything else. He just asked him follow-up questions. Like, where are you getting this information? I'm getting it from this book. Okay, that book was debunked back in 1950 by all academia because the guy, there was no proof, like he couldn't provide evidence of his claims and everything else. He fucking like he destroyed him, like, and the whole thing was, so Billy Carson gets destroyed, like completely just blown out by this dude. And apparently after the show's done, because I didn't even hear, like I had heard rumors that there was this debate, but couldn't find the debate anywhere on the net. And because I like watching that shit for myself. Like, okay, show me how you blew him out. How bad was it and everything else? Well, this fucking guy, right? Billy Carson goes back to it because it was his buddy who was hosting the podcast. Shows back up at the guy's house at like 2:30 in the morning and wants all the tapes of the show, wants the show to never air and all that kind of stuff. And the guy was compliant at first. And then Billy Carson threatens the guy who hosts the podcast and the scholar he debated with a fucking lawsuit if he ever airs the stuff. So what happens? They said, all right, not a problem, dude. They put the entire debate out there for the public to watch and decide themselves if he was bullshitting or not. And yeah, it got crazy because you watched. I recommend watching the debate. You can, the moderator, like I said, decent guy and all that, but didn't know his ass from a Cheerio and interrupted way too much, in my opinion. But just watching this dude, and the dude's name is Wes Huff, destroy him. Like, destroy Billy Carson on all levels. All this bullshit that he's talked the entire time, he just, like, he dismantles all of it. And it's hysterical. Completely hysterical to watch. So you can actually watch the interview. And then Wes Huff went and, like, you can find different videos of him, and he does like the YouTube shorts or whatever, where he'll show Billy Carson in an interview with like Andrew Schultz, Joe Rogan, all this stuff, having a conversation, and like, saying, he's like, because he said on the show, I never said the crucifixion wasn't real. And then he'll show clips of him saying, like, yeah, the crucifixion never happened, blah, 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 blah. Like, and going into it. It was fucking hysterical. I mean, he did. He just ruined this man's whole grift. Um, I definitely recommend, if you're into Christianity. I'm not real into Christianity, but I am into watching a grifter get undone. Watching that debate between the two of them and just laughing the entire time as he gets dismantled. Just totally, totally wrecked. But yeah, that happened, and I mean, just could not stop laughing the entire time I was watching. I was like, this can't be real. Like, this guy's really like, he's buying it. Yeah, like asked for material. Like, I mean, it was great. Like, he said, well, I misspoke or whatever. He would say something like, well, I quoted the wrong text. It's actually this text. And the guy would turn around and like pull out the next book and be like, oh, this text. Yeah, this was debunked back in 1963 by, so and so at this place and everything else. So where else does this occur? And then like he tried to go into angels coming down, like the Book of Enoch and all that. And he's like, yeah, but are we talking first Enoch or second Enoch? And like, I mean, we're talking about somebody who's done this as not only their living, but knows their shit like the back of their hand and just dismantled them. Where, average podcast host, I wouldn't know what to ask. Or if I said, like, yeah, the Book of Thoth was bullshit, I know that much, but, I couldn't follow up the way this guy did. And like I said, the worst part was it was kind of like, if you remember the debate between J.D. Vance and what's that gay guy's name? The gay guy that from Minnesota that wanted to be vice president, Walls. It was kind of like watching that. You know how J.D. Vance was nice to him the whole time, but kicking the shit out of him? It was just like that. Like he was so polite and so nice and very Canadian. I gotta say, like, very Canadian is the way I would put it. Like, just very polite to him, but like kicking the ever loving, like, well, no pun intended. Well, maybe pun intended if Mister's in the chat, but kicking the absolute god out of him. Like, it was hysterical. And like I said, I'm not a hardcore Christian, but I do like to watch grifters get their comeuppance for rooking people out of their loot. Just fantastic shit. Anytime anybody who goes on the internet and just all they're doing is running a grift, like, like I said, you've got, even if you don't believe shit I believe, but you're an actual true believer, then you can argue your point to the death because you believe it in so much, like it's literally part of you. So you don't have to be prepped with notes or anything else. Like, you might if somebody's really going into the weeds on something. But if you're just speaking from the heart, you got nothing to remember because it's just right there in your brain. Like you just instant access on demand. Fucking like, this is how I feel. This is why I feel that way. Which is why I like ABL, like watching his content, because I can tell he's actually a true believer. Like, can say whatever you want about his Nigerian accent, this, that, or the other, and I often do. But no matter what, he's telling you exactly how he feels, which is why, when he gets all pissed off at Ivan and everything else, it's like, no, let Ivan explain his point and, just tear him down. Like, you're smart enough and you're a true believer. You should be able to whoop the shit out of Ivan on any discussion because your belief should outweigh his. You're not saying anything patently false, you know, um, maybe objectively false, but patently no. You're being as honest as you can, and you're having a battle in good faith, basically back and forth, or a discourse in good faith. All right, need one more layer of this shit on there, and then I will go to such a pain in the ass because I want to paint it, but you know what? Let me look in the jar of many things. There we go. That's what I needed. That'll make things easier. Now I've only got like a little spot to clean up instead of a whole damn ginormous amount of ring. And not very good grips, but better than me painting my fingers, basically. Ivan sucks. Yeah, but you know what? He's got his place. He's part of that show. He really is. Like, can disagree with everything he says. The only times that I get pissed off is when he starts laughing and thinks because it's an arrogance, and that's what makes him. That's what pisses me off when Ivan calls in. Is like, bro, don't be arrogant. Nobody knows everything. Your fucking hubris will be your undoing. Can't be got to be objective in most things, which I'm telling you now, the narrative is already started from what I can see about Elon Musk being too close to Trump. And they are going to use that to try and drive a wedge between the two of them. And I don't know how that's going to work out. That might get ugly. But I think if they're both smart enough, and Trump doesn't let his ego take over, and Elon doesn't let his ego take over, it's going to work out brilliantly. But if they let people get in their heads that, well, Elon Musk is the real president or some shit like this, and he's just leading Donald Trump around by his nuts, then yeah, it can get ugly real quick. But that's one of the smartest things you can do is sow discord amongst your enemies and let them fight them in between themselves while you sneak through. The only way to do this shit, honestly, is for everybody to stay resolute if they really do want to reform the government and fix it, clean it up. Well, what else has been going on? I don't know what else I've been missing in this world. Like I said, close to Christmas time, I've had so much hectic, crazy shit going on in my life that I haven't been paying attention. And then finding out, like, yes, I've got an infection in my jaw so bad that you're giving me this dosage of fucking antibiotic that it explains a few things. Like my head has been addled for the past couple days. I've been like more moody, we'll say, to say the least, and my poor wife has been enduring it. Yeah, see, that's the whole thing though, Devin. And that's what I'm saying is they got to make sure their egos are checked. Because taking the bait is very easy to do. You especially with somebody like Trump, it seems like ever since he got shot, his ego has been more in check. I'm not going to lie. Donald Trump definitely seems like his ego has calmed down from what it was ever since that bullet hit his ear. But you never know. I mean, we're talking about people that have money that are used to other people just bowing to them because of the money they have simply. Regardless if they're doing it good or bad. You're talking about two guys that go hold my beer on a regular basis. So when you have that, unfortunately, there is time where your pride gets a hold of you or your ego, and then you want to step up that extra notch to prove that you're better than the other person, and it can be a whole shit show. But I think I think we'll be all right. I think we'll be all right. And if not, then 4 more years, it's not going to matter anyway. Everything will either switch around or we'll get somebody else that comes in and does it just a bit different. You know, this is the swan song for Trump, which I don't know. In my opinion, I do think if there was fuckery with the 2020 election, I don't have proof, I don't have evidence. I think there might have been, can't prove it. So, regardless, the outcome is what the outcome was. But I could definitely see um, Trump, this would have been the end of his second term right now, and everything would be different. But instead they kind of prolonged, the Democrats kind of prolonged their pain, I'll be honest with you. They should have just run somebody who they knew couldn't win, sacrificed them kind of the same way we did with Romney, or the Republicans, I should say, did with Romney back in the day, because nobody wanted that asshole in there as our president. Yeah, and you know what? You're not wrong either. It's going to get real interesting if one of them does lose their shit, because yeah, that conflict. You got to have the breakup in order to get the makeup. You know what I mean? So there's got to be some kind of blowout or like supposed fallout between the two sides, and then they come back together at the end of the movie, and it's like dan 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 dan, like all of a sudden the Avengers reassemble. But like I said, dealing with egos that big, um, I just want them to go in, cut down our taxes, get our economy fucking running the way it should be, where we're all fucking doing well. Everybody can afford a house. Everybody can afford a new car if they need it, or just even food, energy, whatever. You know, like I want people to have good lives. And America is the best damn country in the world, even if we are flawed in different ways. Let's move that around because now I got to get in here and fix this. Only problem with using these tweezers like this, I'm definitely going to give myself little indent lines that I'm going to have to keep going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Errant cat hair or something there. All right. Unless a grain of wheat falls to the ground and dies. I mean, I'm loving the fact that basically the shit show that was going on is almost over. But not just that, some of the stuff that's starting to leak out because everybody wants to blame each other right now. And it's getting to be priceless. All right, shit, do I have water in there? I do not. All right, let's see if I can't get a decent mix of these two colors. Oh, I don't know if this is going to mix right. Hopefully it does. It looks like it's starting to. don't want it crazy wet, but that's the only way to thin out. So I don't have a straight up orange metallic. So the closest I have is a copper. Should have moved this little experiment further down, I think, in my painting setup. Because now everything's kind of gooped together. So if it doesn't come out with the color scheme I'm looking for, this isn't going to work out right. Well, what else has been going on, Devin? Anything good? How's everything going with your bullshit? Stuff resolving? People coming back around yet? Realizing the error of their ways? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if that's progress or not. Did she actually move out? No. Did she say thank you on her way out or anything like this? Or was it just, yeah, I'm out. Bye, bitches. I think it wasn't one of them. Good Lord. I'm like dropping paintbrushes. My hands are not working right. I am so sorry, guys. Like I said, that's why I went to basic things like the lantern rings tonight, because I am fucked up. You don't want thanks or don't go away mad. Just go to fuck away. Can't blame you there. I definitely had friends like that where it's don't go away mad, just go away. Seasons must change, separate paths, separate ways. Blame it on anything, just blame it on the rain. I knew it all along. That's why I had to write this song. It's all right. It's okay. Let's turn the page. I haven't heard that song in a minute. I'm not going to lie. What about, oh God, what the hell's her name? Atomic. Have you heard anything from her or any of the other people? I mean, I've been dropping into, like, I dropped in last night on ABL and I dropped in on Saturday and just said hello real quick and then bounced back out. So I don't know what the deal was there. I didn't even have the volume on, I'm not going to lie. I just dropped in to say hi to everybody. Yeah, I don't, Atomic's weird. Like, did they come and take her away because the Great Reset didn't happen? Like, what the fuck? I mean, I don't get it. People that get like real heavy based in the conspiracy theories, like, I mean, they're neat to research, and like I said, I always find them entertaining, but I find them as entertainment. And it's even more interesting when something pans out to be real. The problem is, if you look at everything like it's a goddamn conspiracy, then you're going to live a pretty fucking miserable life. That's awesome. The cat coming back to its normal self. That's fantastic news. What the fuck? Did I put that shit? I did put that shit back. Well, actually, yeah, I guess I can put away these orange. But yeah, that's a great thing. I'm very sensitive about people's pets. I don't want anything to ever happen to any of mine, and I know what it's like when you have to put one down, stuff like this. It's heart wrenching to say the least. And yeah, so I'm glad your cat's okay. You did not tell me that. You actually blocked her? That's one of those shocking turns I didn't see coming. I haven't blocked anybody. I mean, there's people that don't talk to me anymore, but I don't block them. No, you didn't tell me that at all. So you actually ended up blocking her on YouTube? Just that because you're pissed at her, or for the way she was acting, or ignoring you, or like, I mean, you do you. Like, if it made you feel better, or that's what you think had to happen, then by all means. But I mean, like I said, I didn't have a problem. At least you were able to argue your point, or she was able to argue her point. I still don't know what happened with all her chats that she had on my one stream. That shit was super odd. I've not had it happen since. I know Beans was the mod at that point in time. It came up, said Beans had done it. I know Beans didn't do it. I'll go to my grave fucking defending Beans on that one because it wasn't her fault. Like, it just like assigned the blame to Beans, but Beans absolutely did not block her. I've looked at because there's a clear block list that you have on YouTube that you can assign people to. And yeah, she's not on it. So I don't know what the fuck happened. You just didn't want to see her ignoring you anymore. Yeah. I mean, god damn it. My fucking handshake. Um that I can't blame you there. I could see why you would feel a certain kind of way. Like, I barely knew Atomic, you know, as far as like everything all's considered. Barely knew the person, so for me it's like no major thing. It's just whatever. But I also didn't understand why she was ignoring you. You've never been anything but nice to everybody. Like, if anything, you barely speak. So I don't get that one. People do. People are fucking interesting like that, I guess. You never know what's going to set somebody off a certain kind of way. Like, it happens all the time. Sometimes you can tell, like, yeah, I said something that's really going to piss that person off when you look at it realistically. And that sucks. Everybody's going to say something at some point in time that's going to piss somebody else off. It's just human nature. Um, but with that, I have no idea. Like, I know Atomic, if anything, was pissed at me not because of our disagreement over the Great Reset, but because I didn't go vote. Well, what the fuck did it matter? In the real scheme of things, at this point in time, it's not like it was even close. I didn't feel it was going to be close. Like, it might have been close, but not where I live. All right. Orange is looking good. Get back into this wash a little bit, see if I can't clean up the back end of this band. Hopefully it's that'll be Aberrus done once I clean up those few spots. Yeah, so Atomic's chat's disappearing. I'll explain that to you. But yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. When you don't speak up and defend yourself, like everybody knows pretty much, I think, that I've got a mouth on me and I give as good as I get. It's the same thing I was explaining to, you know, shout out to Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Vlog. But I watched how he removed trolls that showed up. You know, he called them trolls, and he didn't have a discourse with them. If he did, I don't know what was said back and forth. But he'll just block their chats out and delete them from his channel and everything else. Instead of just, you don't feed the troll, but you definitely, you know, you give as good as you get, or you just ignore them and thank them for coming and watching you, and like they don't know what to do. It's you're not feeding the troll like stuff to use against you or what have you, but you know, I guess I handle things different. That's all. Nothing wrong with it, but I just feel like when you don't put your, you know, stand up for yourself on a constant basis, or you're just like, okay, I'm just going to let that shit roll off my back. A lot of times when you finally do stand up for yourself and say, no, 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 I'm calling fucking bullshit on this, people kind of get upset about it. Like it fucks them up. So I could definitely see that being part of it, Devin. But yeah, so the whole thing is I have the chat running on the side next to the actual camera being on. And I do that on purpose because then when the stream is complete, everybody's chat is right there. Bam, you can read it. And the reason I do that, the main reason is because I don't edit my videos, but apparently if I have to go and edit something out of it, then it'll lose the entire chat log that runs on the side when you're rewatching the stream. So I didn't want to ever lose that chat log. I wanted everybody to have a voice. Well, Atomic, when she went through the whole thing with me with the Great Reset and I was calling bullshit and all that kind of stuff, at the very end of the stream, right before I signed off, it came up that the moderator, you know, Beans was the moderator at the time. It said, you know, whatever, Bina has deleted, you know, like blocked these comments. And I'm like, what the fuck? And like, it was everything that Atomic had typed in through the entire stream had just vanished and been like thrown into the fucking cornfield, like wished to the cornfield. And I'm like, what is going on here? And sure enough, I went back and looked, and I talked to Alien about it. I talked to a bunch of different YouTubers about it, and they're like, yeah, I've never seen that happen. It was just fucking weird. But every one of her chats, however, because I have the chat log running on the side, it's still there. Like you can still read what we were discussing. How are you getting what's being censored exactly? Certain words? Is it certain phraseology? Because, yeah, nothing should be censoring you. Well, unfortunately, Black Lantern is next, and he'll be the easiest. I want to actually go to, I think I'm going to go, that's the unopened one. Where's my open one? We're going to go to metallic sequin. I'll dilute it out. Black Lantern should be very easy. two or two or three chats ago. Is it's just not showing up at all, or because I don't know. It makes no sense to me. I'm so small time that nobody really even gives a shit. Like, as far as I know, like, I'm not important at all in the grand scheme of things, so I wouldn't think anything should be censored. Black hand's just gonna get super coated real quick. This one will go fast. Oh, did I go a little too heavy there? I went a little too heavy there. I should be able to get the excess out once I get most of the paint out of this brush. Where the hell's my damn? There they are. Yeah, just gotta make him shiny. Super duper easy. No big deal on the old death ring here. Not on my screen. I don't know. That's odd. You know, I should. Well, no, because then everybody would have to download like a secondary app or whatever to watch me, and it's bad enough where people don't want to watch me to begin with. So why the hell would they want to download a second app for it? But yeah, I mean, there's got to be a way around YouTube censorship. Wait a minute. Now that, see, like that shit came up on one screen, not my mini screen. So let me see. Okay, it's because I said cut your kid's dick off. Yeah, yeah. They might not have liked that one. That might have offended somebody that at YouTube. Not gonna lie, that's a good possibility. Yeah, I've actually got a buddy. I don't know if I ever mentioned this one. I think I have. I must have. But his kid is coming out as, it came out as transgender, quote unquote, and all that stuff. And he decided that he's going to accept it and everything else. And I'm like, yo, you know, like, you might want to get that kid some mental help, because it sounds like, you know, like, I know, God forbid, you know, this terrible part, but I know that his wife was very ill and passed away, and she had been for a long time, and all the attention was on the wife. None of the attention was really on the kid all that much. So, and I know he wants to be just a good dad, but yeah, man, like you need to look at the reasons why. Is that a child screaming for attention, or do they actually really feel that way, or what? Take them to a therapist, let them deal with it, grief counselor, what have you, and then find out if that's really how they feel. Don't just embrace shit, because kids will do shit to get your attention that they know they're doing wrong, but you know what? I'm getting some kind of attention. Regardless if it's good attention or bad attention, it's attention. They can't differentiate, and that'll bite them. I have to do this too because I'm starting to bleed different paints into each other by accident, not meaning to. This one is such a, like, the only problem with Black Hands Ring is, yes, it's easy to paint, but it's a bitch to paint because you can't tell where your paint actually is landing. Unless you hold it at certain angles, let the light take it. Yeah, I'm actually kind of happy that I don't have those problems with my children. Not any of them. And not like I'd love them any less if they were like, yeah, I'm gay or whatever. Well, okay, cool. But if you think I'm not going to break your balls about it, you've lost your mind. You know what? Check that shit out. I do it this way. Still holding firm. Well, not. I can actually see what I'm doing without scoring up the paint. See, like that's just it though. Like, are kids actually nowadays trans, or are they just really gay and society has moved to a point where it's like, oh, it's okay to be, now we call that trans. Like, is it that, or is it they're actually like, well, I'm going to go get my shit cut off or, cut out or whatever and change over to a different sex? I mean, I don't know. I think everybody feels uncomfortable in their body in one way or another. Too fat, too thin, not enough muscle, except for people like Henry Cavill. Um, as far as guys go, like you're going to feel some kind of insecurity about yourself. Maybe it's your teeth, maybe it's your eyes, maybe it's your ears, whatever. But you have to embrace yourself and then either improve upon it. But it's the same way, like my wife and I, both of us are like, yo, plastic surgery is a no no. Unless you're horribly burned. Okay, I can see you getting plastic surgery to correct that because you feel like you look like a monster now. But why would you get plastic surgery? Well, I want bigger tits or boobs. Okay, well, what was wrong with them before? Were they really like that fucked up? Well, I was just self-conscious about it. Okay, well, that's great, but did you really need it? I had one friend, and she's still a friend, and she's married now. Well, she's been married for a while, kids, the whole 9 yards. But we're going back like probably about 20 years at this point, and we're still friends. And when she was 18 or 19, she got double D implants, right? And all the guys used to fawn over and everything else. She had them removed, I don't know, 6 years ago. I want to say 6 or 7 years ago, they started to give her cancer. Like she started to get breast cancer from them. They had to cut him out. Like there's all kinds of issues because I, like it was hurting her back, like all kinds of stuff. And it was like she thought it was, she was the cock of the walk at the time. But if you were to ask her now, she would even tell you like I hated it, like I never should have gotten them. Like it wasn't, they weren't worth it. People were more interested in her breast than they were in her. And I mean, the reality is that attention can be addictive. You know, I get it. Like I can understand, I can see the point of view, but it's a shame at the same time that that's what you end up getting to, you know, reduced down to, I guess you can say, as a person. Like nobody cared about, like, oh well, your opinion's great on everything. Well, it's not that her opinion was great on everything. Guys just wanted to date her because of her boobs. You've really got to, like, I've come to terms with myself, like my faults, my flaws. I definitely, like, there's a point in time where I was 110% super, super arrogant about myself. Um, and I had to rein that in. Like, like I was above it, like I was better than, or what have you. And it was like, yeah, that's not the way to go through life. You have shit that you're going to be insecure about. You gotta deal with that. And I mean, I guess having a decent spouse that loves me regardless if I was in a car accident, my face was burned off. Yeah, well, I am still a little arrogant, but I'm much better than I was. Like when I was younger, I was fucking super arrogant. Sheer fucking hubris is, I guess, the best way to put it. But yeah, I mean, as time goes and you're honest with yourself, it's loving the flaws within you, but also finding the ones that are, I don't want to say like evil, because that's not the right word, but, and I don't want to use the word toxic because, you know, that's, uh, that's just goofiness, but ones that are detrimental to yourself, to the people around you, the people that you actually care about and love. And addressing those flaws or recognizing them and realizing when you're doing something, that's a good thing. And not everybody's going to fix those flaws overnight. It's going to take some time. No, I didn't get my face burned off in an accident. If I did, my wife would love me anyway. You know, I mean, I will tell you this much: like this jaw infection is not a new thing. I fucked my teeth up so bad. This fucking god on you. You want some god honesty? So when I was drinking all the time or what have you, and living off a sugar-based diet, I fucked every one of my damn teeth up to a point where I just didn't even give a fuck anymore, and had to have my entire uppers ripped out. Most of my lowers, because I had like I would break a tooth and just literally use a set of pliers and go in there and pull the fucking nerve out or pull half the tooth out on my own. I'd just get really drunk and do it. And, just never addressed it, never addressed it, never addressed it. Well, now that I'm older, I had to address it. So I have like an entire upper denture. But like when I first was getting them removed, even they were fucked up, like talking to someone, and I won't reveal who had the kind of the same issue and had that shit done. thank God he was there. You know, I still consider him my brother and my friend because he was very honest about his and explained to me, like, this is what it's going to be like. This is what you're going to go through. It sucks. And then you're going to have to deal with this shit and that shit when you have it done. And, he actually made me feel a lot better. He's like, yeah, I wish somebody had done this for me when I had it done. And we're still very good friends because of it. But yeah, I got everything ripped out. And when I got them finally ripped all the way the fuck out, one of my big fears was, even though it was just like, it was there and I didn't vocalize it, was that my wife wouldn't look at me the same. That my dog wouldn't look at me the same because my upper teeth are gone. They're you know what I mean? My whole face is kind of changed. And it fucked with me. Like, and then when I came home after the final ones were ripped out or what have you, my dog came up to me the same way he always has and gave me lovin's. My wife didn't even look at me any different. Nothing. And I realized that shit was mainly in my head, and only people that I really don't give a shit about their opinions are going to be the ones that, like, look at me in a certain kind of way. I should have been a Marine. Why? I'd have been a fucking terrible Marine. Are you serious? I told you, laziness is my superpower. Like, I've said that a bajillion times, but I actually mean it. I think I need to go. I'm going to go touch this up again and hit it with more copper so it pops a little more, kind of like how the Black Lantern ring just did. Might even need to see. I thought I had a different shade of copper. I don't. Fuck. But yeah, I mean, it's fucked up because I always had, like, I never needed that or any kind of dental implement, like braces, anything like that. I had perfectly straight, nice teeth. But when I was younger, I had a tongue ring. I cracked like 3 or 4 of my molars with that thing biting down one time. Been in fist fights, stuff like that. Broke other ones. And then weed, whiskey, and women. You go to sleep with a shit ton of whiskey on your teeth, eventually it's just going to destroy your enamel. That was cleaned up. Pain thresholds, one thing, but I'm not going to lie. My wife has a much higher pain threshold than I ever had. Like, I punched somebody in the face, broke my hand one time, and like was like, oh shit, and then hit him again with the same hand and knocked him cold. And literally it snapped the bone in two and still used it again to punch the person in the face. So I can take a bit of pain. My wife, one time we're sitting there and she had just started her job and she had to go to work or what have you. Gets out of bed and like full on stumbled. It stepped on like whatever it was on the ground, stumbled a little bit and basically like kicked the metal post on the bed on the ground and broke her pinky toe where it was sticking like if this is her foot, her pinky toe was sticking out like this, like sideways, like it broke so bad. I watched her go, oh, sit on the edge of the bed, take her pinky toe, go and snap it back into place and then tape it to the other toe, put high heel shoes on and go, I got to get to work. I was like, what the fuck did I just witness? What's up, mister? How are you? The Lantern Corps, the green? Well, yeah. So I kind of said this way back when, and I'm done two of them. I'm doing an easy one tonight because I've got an infection in my jaw and taking antibiotics for it. But yeah, the different colored lanterns mean different things. It's basically a comic book thing, but orange, black, blue, red, green, indigo, yellow, white, and star sapphire, or yeah, they're star sapphires. Um, but love basically is the last one, and they're different. Basically, the power rings in the Green Lantern universe lets you tap into different powers from the emotional spectrum. I did not see the fucking new trailer. I heard there's a trailer for the new Superman. Is it fucking trash or what? Well, yeah. Yeah, hopefully Ryan Reynolds will never play the Green Lantern again. I still feel like, nah, that one's all right. This one I might go in there and do this real quick. Clean up some of the line work here is atrocious. Like my hands are fucking shaky as fuck tonight, so not helping. Same thing with the mild blowout here. Wait. They put crypto in the trailer? What the fuck are they doing? Dude, hopefully somebody starts a hashtag. Hashtag not my fucking Superman. Fix that. Fix this. I almost hit pause. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think James Gunn is the right dude for the DC universe. I'm not gonna lie. I think he's good at doing weird off the cuff characters like, the Suicide Squad, Guardians of the Galaxy. Nobody, I'm not gonna lie at all. If you ask somebody before that damn movie came out, name the Guardians of the Galaxy, tell me why they're awesome, whatever, there would have been like, unless you're a real eccentric comic book nerd, nobody gave a shit. Most people would have just been like, eh. Like there was nobody that's like, I love the Suicide Squad the whole time, and were Guardians of the Galaxy and Star Lord's the greatest, and this one's the greatest, and all. Up until that point, the only person that they really liked was Rocket Raccoon, and Rocket Raccoon's catchphrase they've never put in any of the Marvel shit that's been like MCU or any of that. Whenever he would shoot somebody, he would yell, "Blam! I murdered you." All right. Well, let's. You know what? I will hear the audio from it. Let me do this. Can't do it on that. Well, maybe I can do it on. No, I'll do it on this tab. Okay, let's see. All right, Superman. Let's see. I don't know if I lost chat or not. I might have. I will do a live. First off, the guy who's playing Superman looks like shit. Hold on, let me pause that shit. All right, I don't know how loud this is going to be, but we'll try it. Oh, you know what? Hold on, you guys can't hear this, can you? Okay, let's try that again. Hopefully this doesn't blow out anybody's eardrums. All right, we see Superman falling out of the sky, hitting some ice. Laying there like a bitch in the snow. All like his ass just got whooped. All right, I gotta hit pause. So the Superman suit looks like from the very first comic, the S on it when he's laying there in the snow. Like that S on his chest is the old school one where he's lifting up the car or whatever on the comic of Action Comics #1. Okay. Now we see him walking with a paper, and he looks like Tony Khan from All Elite Wrestling. So I'm guessing this is the Clark Kent persona. Going into, I'm assuming, yeah, the Daily Planet. He's laying there with his ass kicked, and he looks shitty. He does not look like Henry Cavill. Like, he's way too thin, unless this is like him as Superboy. I'm guessing that's supposed to be Lois Lane. Is that fucking... Who the hell's playing Lois Lane? Director of the Guardians of the Galaxy trilogy. Yo, all right, so he's hugging someone I'm assuming is Papa Kent, and he looks like a drunk old fucking man. Like, oh my god, why in the fuck did they do that to the Superman theme? Like, gave it like that slow rock guitar fucking play out. He's whistling, and I'm guessing here comes Crypto. It begins.
Crypto.
Oh my god.
Take me home.
Alright, so they got an explodey and like a little girl, and he shields the little girl. That didn't look terrible. And then I'm guessing for whatever reason they got the guy who played Beast to play Lex Luthor in front of a giant ass Luthor Corps sign. That's kind of cool. He doesn't look terrible as Lex Luthor. Now they're in like Superman. Africa praying for Superman to save him. People throwing trash at him while he goes in. Wait a minute. Hold on. Squeal those fucking brakes. I got to rewind that for a second. All right. Oh my fucking god. That is god awful. Why the fuck did you make Nathan Fillion Guy Gardner from the Green Lantern Corps? He looks like a total fucking schmuck. right? He's got a bowl haircut, and they didn't even make his hair red like it is in the comics. Like, the whole thing about Guy Gardner is he's supposed to be an Irish policeman. Like, his whole family are Irish policemen, right? Why why the fuck would you give him a blonde bowl cut? He looks goofy as shit. Hawk Girl, a robot, some wrinkled nutsack looking dude, Lex Luthor all banged up and cut up. What in the Mr. Terrific. Dude, what the fuck are they doing? What is this? The day after my birthday, this bullshit comes out too, and they went back to the original DC logo. All right, that's enough. You know what I think? I think that he tried to squeeze in. Hey, first off, if you're going to use Nathan Fillion as any Green Lantern, he needs to be Hal Jordan. Period. End of sentence. That's who that man needs to play. Make sure my chat's back up. He just the chick from I've never seen that show, but the chick looks like a less sexy version of I can't remember her last name's Green. What the fuck is the girl's name? She's been in like all kinds of shit. But it looks like he tried to take all the little known superheroes. So like Mr. Terrific was the black dude with the blue T painted on his face that had like the shield around him. He uses drones. He's actually like brilliant or what have you. Hawk Girl should look more like the Justice League cartoon, in my opinion. That Hawk Girl didn't look terrible, but I'm guessing it's gonna be Superboy. I don't know why you would use that dog as Crypto. Crypto should look more like almost like a Spuds McKenzie, like a pure white Spuds McKenzie. Like make him like a pit bull looking dog. Like I just man, I don't know. And it's not about superhero fatigue either for me. It has nothing to do with superhero fatigue. It's more about having a good plot line or actually following the stories from the actual good runs of the comic books, not the modern runs. What James Gunn looks like he's trying to do here is the same shit that he does with Guardians of the Galaxy, with any of them. Name the damn franchise, and he's done it with it where Suicide Squad's another one, right? He's trying to put together a band of fucking misfit characters that have to come together in some weird way. And the only motherfuckers you really have to worry about with DC, if you're focusing on like a Superman movie, is Superman. That's it. You don't have to bring in Green Lantern. You can do like cameos to him or something on the TV. Don't bring them in. The only reason you do that is so you can do oddball, goofy, weird comedy between these different fucking characters. It's going to... The special effects look really good, like in certain parts. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be good. Like, I think it's going to be right in the middle. I think it'll be a fun movie to watch at like 3 a.m. on Netflix. That's what I think. Oh yeah, Kevin Spacey as Lex Luthor. I honestly didn't think he was terrible, right? And he probably did like I don't know what he did to good old Kumar from Harold and Kumar on the set of that, but yeah, he wasn't bad. Where they fucked up was that Jesse Eisenberg, Lex Luthor. Whoever made that casting decision needs to be fired immediately. They really should have gone with, especially at that point in time, You had the perfect Lex Luthor, which was Walt Walter White from Breaking Bad. What the fuck's his name? Bryan Cranston would have been the definitive. He could have been the definitive Lex Luthor. He would have been fantastic. Yeah, I don't think they're going to do a Superman 4. I'm not going to lie. I I respect James Gunn's work. I think he's pretty damn good. I don't see this being I don't see this being I think it'll be a success. I think it'll make money in the box office or what have you. But I think it's the reviews are going to be middling at best. Um, I don't know. I definitely it didn't motivate me to like. I'm not getting off my ass to go see it. Like Man of Steel when that came out, I was all about it. Like I went to go see that opening day. Like actually sneak preview because Henry Cavill, even in the trailers, just looked fantastic. Michael Shannon looked fantastic. It was like a weird but cool take on Superman. I was like, okay, I can get behind this. Um, yeah, but that it felt forced. I'm actually like I know that James Gunn was like, we're gonna subvert everybody's expectations. We're gonna make Nathan Fillion Guy Gard. You don't fucking make him Guy Gardner. Like that's just I think Nathan Fillion's one of my favorite actors too, and just not Guy Gardner. No, he is Hal Jordan. Like, and he's perfect. He's so perfect. In fact, in the cartoons, Nathan Fillion voices Guy or Hal Jordan as the Green Lantern. Yeah, it like well, that's just it. James Gunn. I mean, you look at the my favorite superhero movie that James Gunn has ever done is a movie called Super with Rainn Wilson and I guess the name now is Elliot Page, but at that point in time was Ellen Page. That movie is fucking fantastic. Like it's still one of my favorite superhero movies of all time. But yeah, that's thank you for letting me know that was out. Thank you for enduring watching something without actually watching it and just listen to my commentary on it. The rework of Christopher Reeve's theme that should be you should be shot for putting that in the fucking movie at all. You leave classics alone. What's even better is has have you guys seen the thing for with Ryan Reynolds and his daughter where they're Deadpool and Kidpool and they do the toys for kids or whatever it is, something Christmas for kids or whatever that shit is. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah, Ellen Page isn't all that goofy in it. She's actually like she's actually really fun in that damn movie. Like if you haven't seen Super, I highly recommend watching it because it's tongue in cheek and over the top ridiculous and fun. And Mister, you're not wrong. He'll put his stupid brother in there somewhere. I'm still curious though who that nutsack guy was. The guy that's all like crumpled up. Is that supposed to be Desaad from like Darkseid's realm? Like, what are we doing here? But yeah, Crypto definitely did not like it. I did not like the dog they used. They definitely should have gone with like a pit bull looking dog because Crypto is not like a woolly dog like that. He is sleek and all that kind of shit. Like my puppy looks like Ace the Bat Hound. Oh, that's interesting. Went to high school with the person who directed Juno. And yeah, she was Kitty Pryde in the X-Men. And I'm using she because basically I don't what movie has I I, I don't even know. It Elliot Page, what has it been in since? What movie? Cuz I know ever since the whole transition thing or whatever the fuck, I have not seen it in any movies. But yeah, dude, I don't think it's superhero fatigue. I think it's storytelling fatigue and them not getting it right. I kind of have a little hope for Marvel because of the way they have reversed course on shit and bringing back the Russos and all that stuff. But I'm also very leery about it because bringing back Robert Downey Jr. to play Doctor Doom, you can say it was inspiring. I think they should have gone a different way. I think they should have gone with a totally new actor for that shit. Well, what the fuck? I was always taught in school you have three different pronouns: he, she, and it. They refers to multiple people. So if you want to call them they them, then basically what you're saying is they're fucked in the head because they have multiple personality disorders and there's like two people fighting in there. You know, like I said, I feel sorry for those people. I don't go out of my way to be nasty to people that are like, well, I'm a they them, but no, I'm calling you fucking it. And you know, like, look, I'm gonna say it this way. If you're willing to go and cut parts of your body off and everything else and alter it because you really do feel imprisoned in your soul that you're in the wrong body or the wrong gender or whatever the fuck you want to say, then, you know, hey, look, I'll respect you. I'll call you whatever fucking name you want. But if you didn't go and cut all your parts off and you didn't, you know, you're not in the process of transitioning or whatever the fuck they call it, then you're still that other person. You're just putting on makeup and pretending to be somebody else. I might as well put on one of these. Look, I put on this ring right here, right on my finger, right? Now you guys got to call me fucking Lur Fleas. That's how that would work. Like, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, like, you know, here you go. Here's one for from the Bible uh, for you there, Devin. Because I know you'll recognize this. But didn't Jesus meet an insane man in his travels? And he called himself Legion because he said, we are many. So if you're going to, you know, like refer to yourself in multiples, then obviously it's objective reality that you're fucking nuts because you think there's, you know, more than two of you. And some people have that kind of fucking disorder. But it's still a disorder. It's not a societal norm. Yeah, because the man was supposedly infested with demons and called himself Legion, correct? I think that's how this story goes. But he was clearly insane. Yes, very good point. Legion errors disease. God damn it, mister. I'll tell you what, even when I'm fucked up like I am now, with this infection and everything else, you still find a way to make me laugh with your fucking puns, dude. Jesus never went to Mordor. He went to Valhalla. What the hell's wrong with you? He rode on a flying thing called a Vamana. Everybody knows that. Jeez. And what's funny is, technically, I guess you'd say Mordor is hell, and supposedly Jesus did descend into hell at one point in time. You know, I'm pretty sure that hell is a spot located somewhere in Queens, New York. Yeah, Jesus was murdered. Like I said, it's interesting. What I need to look into, with the whole Bible and all that, even though I'm not a believer, but I do think it's an interesting, like, history book or at least collection of stories at the very least. You know, some people, that's their religion, so I'm not going to insult it, but I'm going to say that, even though I'm not a believer, it's a very interesting collection of history and stories and tales put together. But it definitely, like, C.S. Lewis, apparently, the guy who wrote The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, initially set out to disprove the Bible and ended up becoming like a hardcore Christian for some reason. So there's got to be some shit to it. Wait, so you're saying that Jesus did descend into hell to fight Satan? Was it like, did they battle it out in a steel cage with folding chairs and shit? Like, how does that work out? Like, I don't understand. I know that supposedly he descended into hell and took the keys or something like that to hell to lock the gate, to lock all the demons in. I can't remember. Jesus, not no pun intended with that Jesus right there, but that'd be interesting. That's got to be an interesting story. Yep. Tables, ladders, chairs. Total debauchery. I mean, like I said, I like to joke about the Bible and all that, but I'm not trying to fucking put down anybody's faith in doing so. Just me being an asshole. You don't know about the keys? Yeah, for some reason I remember he like the gate to hell or whatever. Supposedly Jesus went down, freed a bunch of souls, like redeemed them, and then fucking took the keys to the front gate, like locked them in there or some shit. I can't remember. I have not researched because I'm not gonna lie. Back when I was a teenager and was researching every religion to figure out what religion I was, I researched everybody's hell because I thought it would be like seeing what divine punishment looked like from different angles. Actually used it to define what the good would be, you know? And that's how I arrived at I have no religion, but I'm not an atheist either. Like I believe there's something bigger than us, but I'm not sure what the hell it is or what it is. And I don't fault anybody for believing one way or the other. Different people need different things in their lives or take different meaning from things than I do, and I'm not going to shit on them for it. Did Jesus turn to his apostles and be like, Paul, get the tables? I mean, it's got to be an interesting story. Like, you look at Greek religion, like mythology religion, like ancient Greece, and like some of the tales they had about battles between gods and stuff, or tales of like, Hercules slash Heracles, and his trials and all that stuff. There's always fucking like really entertaining shit. Wait, who? So Paul, what? Well, I don't know. Name an apostle, because I have no idea who the apostles are. Like I said, I'm literally religiously illiterate. That's the best way of putting it. Have been, because I just had no reason to. Once I got done my research, came to my conclusions, I was like, yeah, I'm good, and just moved on. Yeah, but are you sure? Are you sure Paul wasn't an apostle in Jesse's lifetime? Uncle Jesse, Jesus, dear Lord. Oh man, we went off the rails. So I threw us into a left turn somewhere, and now it's just trying to recover the spin. All right, time to get to the actual blue. Can you imagine Dwayne Johnson playing Jesus in like they remake it, like remake like the Temptation of Christ, and like the end of the movie isn't him getting his ass whooped, like he starts getting beat up, and then like he's just like, "Do you smell what Jesus is cooking?" and just starts fucking laying Romans out and just like overthrows the entire empire. Like that's the way the movie ends. Is like he ends up crucifying everybody instead. Layeth this smack it down on your monkey asses. Dwayne Johnson. Dwayne Johnson is Jesus. He just looks at like Mary Magdalene and is like, it's like, do you like pancakes? Yeah, where are you from? Did you say Nazareth? Yeah, why don't you pancake your ass back to Nazareth? Wow. You went to 12 years of Catholic school? Did you have like the penguins teaching you? Like the nuns and stuff that were super mean? Or did you actually have cool teachers? I had buddies that all went to Catholic school. They fucking couldn't stand the nuns. They were sisters? Well, I don't care if they're black or white. I meant, they weren't nuns, though. Wise man once said, my anaconda doesn't want nuns unless you got buns, hun. A hard habit to break. Oh, shit. My anaconda don't want none unless you got buns, hun. You can do sit, you can do side bends or sit ups, but please don't lose that butt. Ah, damn it! Now I got Sir Mix-a-Lot stuck in my damn head. He lives in my brain now. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get in there with this. Blue Lantern symbol's too tight. Unconventional approach. What time are we at? We're at 10 o'clock. All right, guys. I will be back in a minute. I've got a 3D print going. So let me show you guys. One of the other things I'm working on is for David Mon. So My Hero Academia, you have different characters, and his favorite character is this girl named Toga. Himiko Toga, I want to say her name is. I think that's her name. Damn, arm fell out again. But I printed all the different parts, and like I said, there are quite a few parts here. She has different stuff that goes on her and everything else. It's going to be a future print that I'm doing. Well, future paint project I'm doing, sending it over to David Mon over in England. But yeah, so this is what she looks like. And you can see how this is sticking up and everything else and not really sitting flush. Same thing with here. You can see, I don't know if you can see or can't see. Let me pick her up. Right. See all this pocking and rip in there? It's because when I printed it, it was over supported. Oh, let's throw that arm aside. Same thing with the lower half. There's a bunch of pitting and pocking on it. And the reason why was because my slicing program that actually builds the layers that it prints at, the supports were tuned way up and I couldn't figure out what was going on. So I ended up going and reprinting that chest, no pocking in it, very little that I can get out with sandpaper before I paint. So I have the lower half too, so I'm going to have to deconstruct her and all that stuff and rebuild her. But I thought this might be interesting for somebody, especially if Mr. was in here, which he is. Yeah, somebody check that dude's browser history. You're not wrong. But I'm actually going to go break the print off of the build plate, and then I'll bring the print in here and show you guys what I mean about the supports and everything, because it'll actually be a supported piece. I got to drop it in water real quick and give it a swirl. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, so I moved as fast as possible. But, and it's still wet because I just had it in the bath. But this is basically what this piece looks like. Right? Like it's still wet and everything else. But so when it builds on the plate, you have to put supports in. And this is where all the pock marks and what have you come from. So reducing the amount of structure that's in there to support it is how you fix it. How I fixed the pock marks on it, and hopefully came out smoother. And then basically what's got to happen now is I've got to cure the plastic. Get all the damn supports off of it. But that is that piece right there. And as you can see, because of the way it was built with the gravity of it and everything else, I've got a I got it supports in the actual spots there. So now it's a matter of like she got a support in between her butt cheeks. Like this thing, it was actually very highly designed to a point where I gotta show you guys this one thing. I saw it on the original model and I was like, no way they did that. So 7 needle nose. So you need to get the supports out because once this thing gets hit with the UV lamp, that's all she wrote, and then you'll have to cut them off with either a X-Acto knife, go in there, and it's a real pain in the ass to snap them free afterwards. But yeah, like I said, right in between the butt cheeks, get that one little support out of there, and then right here, get that support out. But I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see this. I'm going to try and show it to you. But it had me fucking dying because I'm like, whoever designed this model really went intense with it. Wait, so ABL was talking about the flat air too? Oh, God. Yeah, she would have lost her shit. I don't know if you guys can see it or not, right? But you're looking up her skirt. If you look right off of where my fingertip is, you can probably see it looks like a little bump, I think, on the camera. Let me see if I can't move it in there. That's actually a heart on her underwear, all the way in there. Like I was just like, holy shit, this dude was super detailed with this thing. Like he did a great job with it. I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, her underwear has a legit little heart. Like let me see if I can point directly at it with a brush. Right, right at the tip of the brush. There's a little heart in there for her underwear. All right, give me one minute. I got to go throw this thing on to dry it. So, flat earther. ABL featured a flat earther on there. So what was so special about Antarctica? Yes, in the anime she has a heart on her underwear. So Toga is actually a villain on the show. Yeah, by the way, there's the supports that were holding up that piece. Yeah, well, there you go. That goes back to my whole pitch about, they should do a reality series where take a bunch of flat earthers and have them find the edge of the earth. And then have Elon Musk fly them into outer space at the end of it and show them that the earth's round. Well, wait a minute. But technically, as playing devil's advocate here, if the earth was flat, it maybe it faces towards the sun at 24 hours a day. It's very nice you thought of me. Wait, why can't I read that on my normal chat? Saw Mr. Pop something in there. Flat Earth evangelists are just the televangelists of their day. That's awesome. In Antarctica, you see the sun move entirely around you. I think that was the clip. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I think just reality is saying that the earth is flat. You like I think you're just saying it to be edgy a lot of times. It's not something people really believe. They just want people to take an interest in them. Even Alex Jones is just like, look, people, I heard a lot of nonsense. The earth ain't flat, okay? If it was, then the Democrats would own it from end to end. They'd use it to transport frogs that were gay across borders. Yeah, but how do you really need a coherent argument to beat a flat earther in a debate? Like, what kind of coherent argument do you have to have? I have more than three brain cells? Like, I think somebody who's saying that the earth is flat is doing it just to piss people off. I'm sitting here like painting. You guys probably can't even see it because I got the camera angled. I got to run it. I got to run again and go flip that piece the other way, and then we'll put it on the model. Like, I mean, reality. What coherent argument do you have to have? How do I explain in real time? Simple. I say the simple argument is this, mister. Okay, so what's the edge of the earth? Exactly where is the edge of the earth? If the earth's flat, where is the edge of it? If you can point me directly to the edge, you can use latitude, longitude coordinates. You can show me on Google Maps, whatever. Show me where the edge of the Earth is. That's the argument. Show me the edge of the Earth. Does it end like in the four corners of Calcutta? Like what? Where does it end? Canada? Is that the end of the Earth? Like England? Where? All right, let me go flip that piece real quick. Jesus Christ, I'm too old to run like that. Like I said, mister, tell me exactly where the end of the Earth is then. Tell me where the edge is. Tell me where the Earth ends if it's flat. Because it has to have an ending, unless you're saying it's on like a treadmill and it's just like scrolling as you walk. It's not even poking holes in their argument. It's just, where's the edge of the Earth then? Hit that like button, subscribe, share with your friends, tell them that, this shit show that I'm putting on is fun to watch or something. Come argue about, the amazingness of flat earthers. Like, come on now. It's goes back into the whole like you can say different. Well, if water always finds its level, then why blah blah blah. No, doesn't matter. Actually, I love that argument, Mister. See that like disproves everything right there, right? No matter what it is, but at the same point in time, clearly you're going to argue it from a scientific perspective to somebody that isn't really scientifically minded if they're saying the Earth's flat. It was the same way. Oh Jesus, what's his name? What's the one dude's name? Thinks he's a fucking genius and isn't, and like was like 1 + 1 equals like three or some shit like that, or 1 × 1 equals two. That's what it was. Fuck, what's his name? And he was like, "There's no straight lines in nature," and it's like straight lines occur all the time in nature. No, not Bill Nye the Science Guy. No, it's somebody. He was an actor. He was in the first Iron Man movie. He played Rhodey, and like he went on Joe Rogan. He was like 1 × 1 equals two, And then he's like, there's no straight lines in nature. Everything's curved and all this kind of shit, or has some kind of curve to it. Stephen Hawking. That's fucking epic. Terrence Howard. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, dude. Like, it just, what the fuck? Like, I watched, they did a follow up episode of Rogan where they had Terrence Howard come on, and I can't remember who the fuck came on with him. And like the other guy just like made him look like a complete asshole in like 2 minutes. It was great. Well, that's because I'm a straight man. Of course they look straight to me. Eric Weinstein. Okay, yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think that was the episode. And it was a fantastic episode because you actually like. So there's times you get pseudoscience scientists that have some very interesting, compelling ideas, and they throw like fire on academia and what we know as physics and everything else, and that's cool because then both sides, if they share ideas with each other, might come up with something new to physics or something different. But when they come out and try and disprove everything that somebody spent their life studying and researching with no pushback, man, that's how you end up with a Billy Carson. All right, final time running. Let me go grab the dried piece, and then we're going to switch all this in here on her. All right. You never saw Billy Carson? Definitely look him up. Like I've explained him like 3 times now. He's fucking like he thinks he's got some revolutionary shit. So here we go. The new midsection. Let's see. I'm gonna have to shave right here, it looks like. But yeah, that fit together no problem. All right, Toga. Let's get that arm off. Pull your head off. Get this whole body piece out of there. Hopefully she fits a little better now. Yeah, that leg definitely came down a lot. I'm still going to have to shave it a little bit. That leg's definitely much tighter. Still got to get, oh no, it's going in there. Get your head on. Head should sit to the side, but not that much. Let's see if these arms fit in better now. They do. Yeah, she's definitely, once she gets painted and I put her actually together and glue her together, head's a lot looser in that top knot. Yeah, definitely better. much better fit, I'd say. So outside of a couple pieces needing to be shaped a little bit, I don't have the pocking, much cleaner on that print. So she's going to be decent when she's done. Have to seal those in. Like I said, fix the head, get the arm to stick there a little bit. But yeah, I think that's much better than the original. That's what she said, Devin. Fits like a glove. All right. Yeah, then I got to get all the different little pieces on, like back here. These things will go in. She's got like tanks tubes. So the whole thing with Toga, like the knives, like she's got a whole shit ton of them. Like that's what these are. These are spare knives. These should go right here on her hip like that. One on the other side if I can find it. And she's got these little tanks. I can't remember if these little tanks, I think they go. Yeah, they go back here. I might go on the other side. Give me the other set of tanks. She has tanks that go up like this. And then there's tubing that comes off these tanks, runs back down into this tank. But her whole thing is she extracts blood from people. Like she cuts them and takes their blood, and she can transform into them and take their powers from them. Is she from Saratoga? All right. Back to the rings. Let's move those two up top. And we're going blue, so we will go to this. Oh, as I knock shit over. All right, I'm not making the same mistake I made last time when I did this wash on the orange lantern. A little regular, a little shiny. I'll do my mix off palette. It should shimmer. It does. Nice. What can I say? David's into like goth chicks and stuff. Give the devil his due, though. I mean, I'm not gonna lie at all. Toga is fucking pretty badass. Like she's creepy as fuck. She just wants to be loved. That's like her whole story arc. And that's what they find out about her power is she can't actually use other people's powers correctly. She can imitate them if she takes their blood, but unless she really feels like she really loves them, she can't duplicate their powers. She has to really like she can't like them, she has to love them and then take their blood from them to get their power. But she is actually a very cool character. But definitely a hornball design for a weeb, I guess. God chicks do usually have daddy issues. Either that or else it goes back to the whole I want to be edgy and somebody's paying attention to me. You know, I want to be somebody pay attention to me. Look at me. And that's fine. I'm fine with got chicks. I had a lot of friends that were got chicks. You wouldn't get cool songs like Typo Negative, Black Number One without goth chicks, so I'm cool with it. Want to go out? You want to go out, though it's raining and blowing. You can't go out 'cause your roots are showing. Dye 'em black. Hot Topic. I had I used to get some really cool shit out of Hot Topic. Not so much. Every now and again, there'll be something cool that they'll have, like a collectible or something. But yeah, they definitely lost their edge over time, I guess you could say. That was interesting. Here we go again with that shit. Yeah, Summer Breeze. Like, so when I was younger, I had always heard nothing but the Typo Negative version. And then when I was working in Walgreens, the original came on, and I was like, I know this fucking song. Why do I know this song? And then all of a sudden, like, I heard some of the lyrics blast out, and I'm like, oh shit, it's the Typo Negative song. I was like, but I guess this is the real version of it. Summer breeze makes me feel fine, blowing through the jasmine in my mind. Yeah, I really like Typo Negative way back when. And I think, who was it? Was it Peter Steele who died? I think the lead singer died. Oh, that's right. It was on the I Know What You Did Last Summer soundtrack. Yeah, I knew it from oh God, what the hell? The album with Machine Screw, Black Black Number One. Oh, what the hell is it? It's not October Rust. It was the one before it. I can't remember what the album's called. Dude, Peter Steele was in. They did back in the day, like Playgirl or whatever. I remember reading this in like Rolling Stone, maybe. I can't remember what the hell magazine it was, but they were talking about it. And they had, like, they did a metal issue of Playgirl. And they had, like, all the different dudes with their schwanzes out and all that stuff. And Peter Steele, they said he was hung like a bull. Mambo number 5. Lou Vega, right? Wasn't that his name? Did Mambo number 5? I think that's right. A little bit of Monica in my life. No, Suzanne Vega was that really fucking annoying song. I want to say it was called Tom's Restaurant. I am sitting in a room painting little plastic rings, and I look over in the corner, and my dog's staring at me. Do 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 do. Combo number 5. Jesus Christ. Yeah, the Toga when I paint her is going to be a bitch. I have to use a color guide for it and everything to see what the colors are. Our blue ring is looking shimmery, which is cool because I don't often get to use the aquamarine metallic. My name is Luca. I live on the second floor. My name is Michael. I live on the third floor. I beat up Luca, who lives on the second floor. Who the hell did... I don't even remember who sang that one. Like, not even a little bit remember. Blue is done. These should just look like normal orange until you tilt them a certain way and the light hits the metal. And then you can actually see the symbol pop off of it. I mean, it'd be a cool idea if somebody was a Green Lantern fan and I was doing these for them, or, you know, a Lantern Corps fan. And I did the rings and then put them in a box with maybe an LED on the front so it's shining on them so the metallics pop. Wait, Suzanne Vega did Luca as well? No shit. I did not know that. Put away these blues. And I guess that's why they call these the blues. Oh. The Red Lantern Corps. Rage and anger. It's possible that maybe the guy, Tom, who owned Tom's Diner, was the guy who beat the shit out of Luca on a daily basis. I'm pretty sure that's what that song's about, correct? Cardinal red into lipstick red. All right, here we go. I'm pretty sure that's what that song's about. It's an abused kid. Which Let's not make fun of child abuse, okay? I think we're all better than that. Oh my God. You did not just link that to Pizzagate, did you? What the fuck? Come on, man. Hey, man, come on. You know, as fucked up as this is going to sound, I am actually going to miss Joe Biden and Kamala Harris being in office. Like, not even joking around. Like, I just think there was so much funniness where you could make fun of them for so much shit. Like, no more having a president that falls upstairs and shit like this while walking Air Force One. And I don't think they should go away completely. I think they should come out with maybe a reality TV series, kind of like, the Kardashians, but with the Bidens, and it's like keeping up with the Bidens. And, like next season on Keeping Up with the Bidens, Hunter relapses and ends up blowing his dad's pardon. Like, shit like this. Like, I just think it'll get entertaining. Will Joe's daughter take another shower with him? Find out next season on Keeping Up with the Bidens. Adrenochrome. We have to mine that adrenochrome out of the kids. It's the only way of doing things. Not all conspiracy theories are created equal, I would say. As far as conspiracy theories go, that one was fucking pretty damn hysterical. Devin, come on now. We know Mister was kidding with that. I like my adrenochrome like I like my women hot and black comment. That's a joke. We all know that fucking Mister doesn't like women. It's okay. It's 2024. We accept him for who he is. I mean, everybody accepts the fact that I'm an asshole, so why not? Oh. What's that face of shock and surprise there, Devin? Oh. You just heard your neighbor's kid telling someone it's like 11 o'clock at night. Why the fuck is a kid up at 11 o'clock at night? Where's their parent? Oh, wait. If they're an alcoholic, that it's rude and attacks people, I guess that explains it. She's 18. Well, she isn't a kid anymore. She's technically a young adult. When you say kid, I think of somebody who's like 9, 10, 11. Actually, even then, that's a preteen. So maybe like 7, 6, somewhere in there. I don't get what that buzzing is. It happens every now and again. Why do I have this weird feeling that if I look at my cell phone, I'll have messages on there or something, and my setup's picking up the interference from the signal. Yeah, oh yeah. Absolutely, mister. Sounds like very classy people to me. They don't fuck around with that box wine shit. No, not at all. They get theirs strictly from cans. Yeah, see, like Devin, you caught that too. That's static, right? I don't know what the hell that is. After the last stream, I ran the audio setup forever. Yep. What did I say? I think it's my fucking cell phone, guys. Set my cell phone so it's in it's off my Wi-Fi network now. Hopefully that ends that static bullshit. I think that's legit what's doing it whenever I get a text message. Well, I guess not. As I say that, and all of a sudden, like, because my phone's not blowing up at all, it's got to be a loose wire or something. I don't know. I doubled down. I checked the whole fucking thing after last stream because that shit was getting really annoying, and it's really starting to get annoying again. Something is like shorting out somewhere. That ain't it. What am I gotta be bumping something with my foot. Something. I almost dipped the back end of my brush in the fucking paint. Yeah, like I've even gotten up, jumped up, and ran with and had to drop the headset real quick when I was flipping around that print. So I know it's not the headset. I know it's not anything to do with the camera. Maybe it's notifications on my PC or something that's doing it. It's just weird. Starts randomly. Like just I haven't moved at all. Static's gone away. Yeah, I don't know, mister. I think it's a dead short somewhere in the wiring or something with an RF signal that's coming through, but it goes through the microphone. And it's not like something in my room like At first, I thought it was like, oh shit, did I leave my air compressor on or something? And that's what's doing it. And it's not. Then I thought it might be my cell phone. I just set my cell phone basically to silent. And it's not the cell phone. It's some kind of RF interference. And I live down in the south, so if there was a drone over my house, it already been shot down. Just saying. Yeah. You know what? Let me grab my cell phone again. Wow. And let me do this. Airplane mode. Not hearing any more. Hopefully, we'll see. I just threw my phone on the ground again. We'll see if there's any static that comes out. Maybe that's it. Maybe it is the RF off a cell phone. I know it can screw with. That's why they tell you to put your shit in the airplane mode when you're on the plane and they're taking off, because it can interfere with the RF signal between their headset and the tower. That's the real reason why they tell you to turn your shit off when you're flying, because it gives them like a low ping static across their headsets. So I just threw my damn phone on airplane mode, and hopefully that ends the static. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, it doesn't help. I've got a cell phone, the fucking 2 tablets, a laptop, all hooked to the same Wi-Fi in the same room, pulling the same signal, and then putting a piece of sound equipment in there to detect. Of course, it's going to cause issue. You want me to tell you why you thought you could help her too, by the way, Devin? Same reason why I thought I could help a friend once who was going through something that I was going through as far as financial shit was concerned. After I got all my financial shit out, I told them how I fixed everything. I told them and should try to show them the way, right? And said, look, when I was, in your shoes, this is how it was. Here you go, and this is what I did, and this is the way you've got to think about things. Because some people, until they hit bottom, until they bottom out, until they find their way down to the bottom of the spiral and fail, they never learn. They never will learn. They have to fall on their ass. And other people, if it's alcohol related or drug related, sometimes it really is just a disease where they can't help themselves. The compulsion is greater. That moment of pleasure is greater than the bullshit that they're going to go through later. And there's nothing you can do to help them. But that being said, not everybody's you. That's part of it. People have different perspectives on how that stuff works. Yeah, see, Mister's 100% right. Some people have to hit rock bottom. I mean, I think I've said this before. My second chance in life actually came right before I got married. And then I got married, and that was my second chance. And I've taken that second chance, and I've lived a very happy, even keel life ever since. And that's because I recognized what was good and where I had fucked up. I had to come to a lot of reality about myself and my failings. And I wasn't always right, and I wasn't always this, and I wasn't always that. And yeah, had to move forward and just enjoy life for what it was instead of regretting what I didn't have or what I couldn't find, and being happy with what I actually already did have. You know, you want to talk about somebody who needed the latest game system, the latest cell phone, the latest, you know, greatest of this, that, or the other thing, electronic wise, or any of that stuff. That was 110% me. And now it's like, it took me 10 years to replace one computer that I use on a daily basis. Yep. And some people do hit rock bottom and then keep going and fucking keep going down. You know, it's like hit the bottom of the barrel and then, you know, but if you lift up the barrel underneath, yeah, they're there. There's some people that do that to themselves. They can't help themselves. And the shit part is, you know, it's the same thing with anybody who goes into therapy. If you go into therapy thinking that the therapist is going to tell you how to fix your problems, you're sadly mistaken. The therapist is going to talk to you and help you to find a way to fix your problems yourself. They're there to listen and let you kind of figure it out. They shouldn't be there to give you the answer. Only you have the answers because everybody's different. So there isn't like a universal cheat code that just fixes everybody. Well, I do this and it fixes everybody. Like, plus the other part of it, it's not your place to fix anybody. You may want to help people, but help people that, you know, you can offer them a hand. You can help them for a minute. If they don't fucking like realize what's happened and what's going on and don't appreciate it, it's just going to get worse. Some people, you just, no matter what you do, you're never going to be able to help them realize things. They have to figure it out on their own. I don't know if therapy is a lot of therapy didn't like when I was 17, when I was like 13, I think, cuz I was always like a little asshole. My mom tried to take me to therapy. That shit didn't work. Instead, what happened, because it was like a group therapy, what ended up happening was I started corrupting other kids in the fucking group therapy and they kicked me the fuck out. Like, some people like do better on their own, just failing and fucking up and then figuring it out. I swear to God, I had a ruby color. Where is it? That is rose. That was some bits. I guess I'm gonna have to go with a. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna do this one. I don't have a bright ass red. I guess I'm gonna have to do it this way. Let's go with this pink. Take the red. Cut them together. Liquefy them with some waters. Go from there. I really don't want that shit that spread out all over the fucking place either. That shit is no good. I'm going to need a little bit darker on that red. Oh, fuck me. Oh, that was so bad. I did not mean to. I popped so much damn red out. Oh, my whole acrylic board is going to be like this red messy blob now. That's fucked. That still looks pink to me. Shit. Get that red top coat on it and hopefully it fucking evens out. God damn it. Yeah, but anything worth it is worth the work you put into it. So, like, I don't know. I've never seen anybody get shit real easy and appreciate it. It's always when you break your ass for it that you're like, ah. Man, I spilled way too much damn paint out. I swear it was like a quarter of that fucking tube just shot everywhere. Good thing it's got such a heavy red undertone. But it's going to take a minute for it to dry now because of that, too. Shit. I can't believe I fucking did that. Oh, God. That was a dumbass accident. That wasn't even a happy one. Ugh. Let me let that dry and see how it looks. So, have there been like, trying to think, what the hell else? How have the phone calls been on ABL? Like I said, me dropping in, just saying hi to everybody real quick. Like it's cool because but I saw a lot of fucking new names. When I was in that chat, I didn't see a lot of people I recognized. So has like the whole dynamic with that chat changed or what's going on? It's a lot of work to unfuck yourself. How does one unfuck oneself? I think once you've gone and fucked yourself, you're fucked. So wait a minute. Hodge twins, did ABL do like, go guest star on one of their shows or something? How did he pick up people from the Hodge twins? Speaking of the people that like help channels, special shout out to Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Vlog. Dude, Alien, I went into his chat, just wish him a happy stream and all that. Just dropped in to say hello real quick. And two people that were in Alien's chat, Beyond Stranded life form that's here every now and again. And I'm trying to remember the names, but they jumped over and he actually like gave me a shout out and told people to, check out my channel, and they dropped over and fucking two of them subscribed. So I was grateful for that one. Yeah, Alien really does have good people in his chat. Like they're pretty defensive of him from what I've seen and all that. But they are actually decent people. Like they're very nice. Okay, so ABL did do the Hodge twins. Yeah, I didn't see the episode. I did not know he did Hodge twins. And yeah, so the calls either are fantastic or they're poo poo. So it's either feast or famine with the phone calls on that show. Sometimes you get some really, really interesting calls. Other times, not so much. I do find it interesting, though, that, ABL went on Hodge twins because they like to joke around a lot. And I don't know how. Did ABL come off stiff on it or did he come off fun? I mean, he must have done well if people followed him. Good night, mister, and thank you very much, dude. Do appreciate the hell out of you every time you drop by. And what's the calls are your least? Why are they your least favorite part of the show? I like to hear different people's opinions, and honestly, sometimes it's fun to joke while the callers are on. Like it can be fun. I mean, as long as they're not being super insulting to people or shit like that. The only phone calls I don't like is when ABL goes into a topic, covers the entire thing out, and then the person who calls in asks them like, "Hey, are you going to cover the drones?" Like, motherfucker, the whole fucking show was called "The Drones in New Jersey." Did you not see me cover this topic while I was talking through the show? Well, no, I didn't get a chance to. Yet you got through on the phone line. What the fuck? And of course, David messages me, which means he's probably not watching, but because he's asking me about his toga. Well, it's about time you got here, you fuck. You want to see your toga now? You want to see it with the reprint, David? Here. The gaps are gone and stuff like that. I still have to sand down to get them tighter. Same thing with, in here or what have you. But the whole chest has been repainted. Or, I mean, not repainted, reprinted along with the bottom half. So, I mean, I had already showed this off. I reprinted these two pieces. These are the original. You had pock marks on them because I over supported it because I was afraid it was going to tear free and there's something up with the slicing program. Also, right up in here, there's a little heart on her underwear, just like in the show. But I reprinted this piece. That's what your new toga looks like. And then here's all the extra pieces. Like there's her tanks and stuff, and your knives that go off the hips, and even the shit for the back, the tubes that run from tanks to tank. They're either all slow or dead airspace. Well, Mister was saying Les was talking a bunch last night. That's at least a good thing. I always thought she had some good insight in the stuff. She's fun. Yeah, there's apparently a heart on her underwear. But yeah, it's like way up in there, dude. Like, and it's going to be a bitch, but I showed it off earlier. I'm also thinking about, because I didn't see this. See how I have like this front hairpiece actually comes off, but it was over supported when I printed it. So you can see a whole bunch of it. I was originally going to sand that. I think I'm just going to reprint the front hair so that it's not as bad. And then of course she has the buns that go on the side of her head and all that. But there was also, like, this is the anime face, and they had a standard face from the manga. But I figured you'd want the anime face. And yeah, Les is really cool. I always, when I was actually actively listening to ABL all the time, I thought her call ins were always, she was just spot on with shit. Yeah, she's got a toupee. Well, I mean, I've got a whole problem with Toga is you got to break her apart and put her back together constantly. And this one is not going to be red. Just looking at some of the pictures, it's usually presented as white, but I am going to go with the silver here. I think on this red should really pop. Should really give it a different look, almost like it's inlaid with metal. I was telling everybody, congratulations, David, by the way, that you're ranked in the 98.7 percentile of players on Marvel Rivals. Um, I actually ended up picking up another skin, David. I got Wolverine's skin, the Wolverine and Deadpool, because I am starting to play the shit out of Wolverine. Like I can wreck people with him. 98.85. That's what you guys are up to now. You know, it sucks. I would love to have played with you guys in tournament and all that, but like I've told everybody, and I will continue to tell everybody, I'm not that good. Like I'm not good enough to. I would drag you guys down, so that's why I never even suggested it. Playing bullshit matches one thing. Playing competitive mode, I don't want to hold you guys back. I want you guys to rip roar, and I'll just cheer you the fuck on from the sidelines. No, I wouldn't. What? Hold you guys back? I mean, look, I don't think I'm total trash, but I don't think I'm fantastic either, or even in the same league as you and Johnny. You guys are just. I get in a game with you guys, all of a sudden my kill count goes through the fucking roof. You guys are just damn near professionals with that game for some reason. I mean, granted, it was kind of the same way with Fortnite when we were all playing that. You got Reb as a third though, but Reb's usually pretty good with those games. He's just not. As long as you're telling Rebel the strategy that you're using, he'll be good. If you let Rebel come up with the strategy, you're probably going to get fucked up. Cool. So there's that one. We got red done. This black ring. Oh, I guess that is pretty damn accurate. All right, what color am I up to? Green? Green. Wait. So fucking Rebel came in and he's only playing Psylocke? What the fuck, dude? Wait, was it Reb or Nuclear that only watches hentai? Which one of them was it? I think it was Rebel, right? Oh, Nuclear. Okay. Those guys crack me the fuck up. Oh, the Hobbit brothers. They give me faith that the American youth is fucked. I might actually want to go with the darker green here for a base. That's actually way too bright. Let's switch down. What do we got? That's bright green. What do we got here? Oh, god damn, that's an old bottle of paint with an old label. Clearance for 29 cents. I wonder if it even flows. Let's see. Oh god. Oh shit. Oh, that was almost a tragedy right there. Yeah, I mean, I've gotten to a point with that game, David, where I can play a whole bunch of different people. Surprisingly, like I said, Wolverine, the whole trick is, I didn't realize this, is to get him with that rage all the way up, and then you just go in and shred. And as long as you've got a decent healer, you can just wreck people. Like, I mean, I was ripping Hulk in half. Like, I'll go toe to toe with Hulk. Oh my god, what is up with this? I think this paint might have had it. I think this might be a throw out bottle. Check this shit out. I'll shake it one more time. Oh no, no, we're actually getting paint out of it. Before it was just liquid and bubbles. Yeah, and then I think I was explaining early on in the stream when nobody was really watching, but thank you again for getting me through Terminus, the Easter egg on standard. Finally done. You definitely made the phone call to the right guy for that one because Alex seems like he's kind of a beast when it comes to zombies. But yeah, now every damn zombie map is run, everything else. Oh, and David, I have a question for you. Do you want me to paint your toga, or do you want to paint the toga? I don't even know if you guys are still in chat or not. I think you are. Just not sure. You are not painting? Why not? You don't think you can pull it off? You haven't painted since high school? And it's fun. It's not redonkulous difficult. Although working with this clearly past its prime fucking green paint is definitely getting to be rough. I'll tell you that much. Because getting a clean layer on is not fun. I'll just throw that red ring out of the way, apparently. I don't know what it ever did, but I'm just going to abuse the shit out of it. Respect atrocitus' symbol. Oh shit. Just realized. Kind of a good thing I did bump that thing. Had a mild blowout with the silver there. I didn't even see it before. Tech and instrument. Well, yeah, it's true. You do music. I do find it odd though. Different people like. So you play music, but painting, no, not my thing, right? And then same thing with like Devin's music. I don't know that she does art. There's other people that it's like I do art, but can't do any kind of fucking music. Like me, I can't carry a tune or play an instrument, and I've tried. Like I'm all right at it. I just don't think I practiced enough or don't have that individual finger dexterity for certain instruments, stuff like this. But when it comes to other shit, I can do it. I don't know about this fucking base coat paint either. This is going to take a minute for this shit to dry. This is not good. It's icky, sticky, gooey, booey kind of shit paint. You only do music, Devin? Which is interesting because I would think you'd be really probably actually tell you the truth, Devin might actually be very no, not really. I was going to say you'd be good at games because your your hand coordination, but I don't know what your reflexes are like. Like that's part of the problem with getting old and playing games with, you know, guys like David here who's like in his 20s, early 20s. Shit if you're even 20. Um and being like pushing 50. My reflex time isn't what it used to be as far as games with my eye hand coordination. It gets rough. Damn, this shit. I don't know about this. I might not have wanted to use that green. I might throw that green out. God damn it, I might actually have to throw this green out. Let me see if it's not layering up. See brush strokes through it and everything. It's just fucking goopy as all get out. And not drying, it doesn't look like. Try and get it on there as best I can, but definitely messy. I'm not even going to use my damn tweezers on it to hold the ring in place because it's just a mess. Yeah, this paint's, I think, shot. I might have to redo the green ring entirely. I mean, granted, it's just a base coat, but yeah, that shit's fucked. You can't even write your name. Yeah, that is the problem with video games. I think my wife could be a pretty decent gamer, but if she did, that's all she'd do is play games. I mean, David, all he does is he plays video games and masturbates all day. That's usually his thing. But then again, he's a young man, and that's kind of what they're built for. God damn. Yeah, I definitely I need to just toss that paint. Like it is separated to a point where it's just like super glue almost. I'm hoping if I get the overcoat on it, like is going now, that the overcoat will dry and maybe take some of that tackiness out of it. This shit was rough. What do I got left? I got Indigo, Star Sapphire, Sinestro Court, and White Lantern. Okay. A pinball wizard, huh? What is it? Why is that beyond an outrageous statement? What other things do you do? Oh, I'm sorry, and you play guitar too. Beyond an outrageous statement. At least you're not like a certain man named Bane who goes around and finds guy friends to try and flirt with and attract them to his lifestyle. I think this ring might be fucked. I think it might have to be redone entirely. That that Kelly Green shit, this stuff, it was 29 cents reduced. Afuela, right in the trash. It's that paint is separated too much. Not only is it not going on smooth anymore, it is leaving behind a residue that is just fucking everything up. Like it's fucking up the ring itself. It feels like super glue to the touch. Hoping I can revive it though. Like it's so bad that the new green is sticking to my fingers, but that other green isn't even sticking to my fingers. It's just it's like glue. I don't know how to describe it. It's about not touching base. Dear Lord. Yeah, well, with this fucking jaw infection that I've got going on, the antibiotics kicking the shit out of me. I really didn't need, of all rings, to get fucked up. The Green Lantern ring, which everybody recognizes, would be the shoddiest looking thing I've ever done. Good lord. This is turning into a Yeti 2.0 right here. That's how bad that fucking paint was for the actual 3D print. Like, yeah, the bottom's it's still fucking tacky. God damn it. Damn ye, God, damn ye. Yeah, well, that's it. Here it is. The fucking Yeti 2.0, or Yeti 1.0. The fucked upness that is the Yeti. Like, its ass is still wet. Like, it's still. That thing's fucking just. Fuck that thing. Still angers me. I keep it on my desk as a reminder of failure. But I purposefully took these rings to paint tonight because I knew I had to do a show, and I'm definitely not feeling up to blending in different colors and really having to think all that much. It's simple. They're different colors of the spectrum, and just give them a little shine to them, a little pizzazz, make them look a little metallic, and go from there. And instead, I get one fucked up bottle of paint, and it has fucked up my whole night. I should have known it when I poured that shit out and it separated. You know what's odd? I've not seen Sheree tonight. I just realized that. She's normally in the chat and everything else. Probably busy with family shit. Or maybe she was like, I don't need a brain break. Or maybe I was breaking people's brains and boring them. I'm not sure what it is. Same way David avoids me for days on end because he gets tired of my mouth. Yeah, well, I know Sheree isn't like pissed at me or anything. I said hi to her last night and everything else and gave her the shout out like I normally do whenever I drop into ABL. So she just might have had something going on or she was busy or whatever. That happens. I mean, like I said, we're close to Christmas. God damn that fucking shit. Wait a goddamn second. Damn. I already had that color. I don't want it that bright, but I definitely want it bright. See if I can't redo this shit. Top coat on top of top coat. Fix it. Kind of makes me feel special you said that, David. I'm one of three that you can actually tolerate. I mean, I do get a kick out of this. One of the nicest things and one of the darkest things David has ever said to me was, "Yeah, Gam, I only have a couple more years to play games with you before you're too old to play them anymore." It touched my heart because he was basically saying, I enjoy playing games with you. And at the same point in time, calling me a geriatric fuck. I'm just not as annoying. Well, yeah, I guess if you're comparing me to Rev and Nuclear, yeah, that's true. I mean, is what it is. Yeah, this ring, this one is going to be the most disappointing out of them all, unfortunately. Oh, trust me, David is actually, he's very dear to me. He really is. He's like one of the, there's only certain people that I tolerate too when I'm playing games because I play everything kind of solo. David's one of them. Smurf is another. I can play, if it's a survival game or whatever, I can play that shit with my buddy Smurf. If it's something where we need a large team, like we're playing an MMO, like, or a large scale survival game, then I got to tap my buddy Twisted. And then we do what's known as being the Bash Brothers, where we just go out and wreck everybody. Is what it is. Different people are great for different things. Usually, David is one of the only people that I can say, hey, I'm playing this game. Like, I can say to David, hey, I'm checking out this game, Marvel Rivals. David will download Marvel Rivals just to play it with me. And then be better at it than I am. All right, David, have a good one. Make sure you hit goddamn like on the video too, would you? Glorious nuclear shadows. Still haven't gotten that background tackiness out of this ring either. I am going to need tweezers. Shit. I gotta let that thing dry. How goes the new job anyway, Devin? Any new interesting tales? 2, 4, 5. Fuck, I got 4 to go. That fucking red is everywhere. Definitely cool though. Blind Justice. The hell is Blind Justice? Still a little tacky, but much better. Oh, he's a YouTuber. Yeah, unfortunately, the YouTuber I used to watch when it was actual trial coverage turned out to be a complete piece of shit. Even though I used to think he was funny as hell, he got drunk all the time, and then yeah, it just got bad. He berates people at the courthouse. How are you allowed to do that shit? I didn't think you were allowed to do those kinds of things. I thought they contempt of courted your ass. He doesn't actually go into the courtroom. He just goes and like talk shit to people. Man, that shit's so tacky. It's sticking to my fucking finger. God damn it. Like, I don't know why you would berate people for. Wow, really? Son of a bitch. He. Wow. Well, that's like. So the guy I used to watch for all my law tube needs was a guy named Ricada Law, Nick Ricada. And then he was doing a whole bunch of fuckery with his wife and had a girlfriend and all this, and they got busted for cocaine, and then he just kind of went off the reservation at that point. So now I'll watch. Usually, if I want like detailed law analysis, I'll watch potentially criminal or uncivil law. Sean is potentially criminal, and then I can't remember the fucking guy's name for uncivil law, but they're both pretty based, and they're actually presenting all the facts, and they cover everything pretty damn fairly and evenly. Kurt, that's the guy's name that's on civil law. There's another guy. His name's like Andrew or whatever, and I can't remember what his channel. No, not Legal Vices. I think Legal Vices just passed away. He was another one of the law tubers. He was actually pretty good. He was like in Japan or something. Which one? Uncivil law or potentially criminal? I'm hesitant on even giving this shit this coating. Just because of how horrendous that other coating was. But or you mean Nick Rekieta? Because he got like kind of big time covering Kyle Rittenhouse when all that shit was going on. Like that's really where he made his bread and butter and became, quote unquote famous, or they used to call him the Law Tube Pope. He made Wait, he got nailed for trespassing playing Pokemon Go. Was it really that serious? Like, what the fuck? Just because you're blind doesn't give you the right to trespass. Lord. Roll it over. Yeah, Nick Rekieta was actually, like I said, he was one of my favorites. But then he started drinking like he would get drunk on stream, but then he really started drinking heavy. Like it was a shame. It's just, oh, how the mighty have fallen kind of deal, because he really was like the best at doing it. Like he had a great personality, older dude, married with kids, all this, and then just fell apart. And like now when he's doing legal claims and stuff, he like, because he's doing his own case or what have you, just the coverage he gives on his own case is fucking terrible. His arguments are all flawed that he's putting out. Like he's throwing shit at the wall that just isn't going to stick. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. How do you play Pokemon Go if you're blind? Like, and going onto somebody's property, you can't. That's just, they even warn you in that game, do not trespass, do not, do this, that, or the other. They warn you. Yeah, this Green Lantern. I think this Green Lantern ring will look all right, but it's fucked. Like I wouldn't put it on my finger. I'm gonna have to wait like a day to let it dry out. And normally I would go with emerald green for the center, but honestly, nope. It's getting silver. Right. So he'll argue it to Superior Court, and then he'll argue it to what's above Superior Supreme. Or when he loses there, what's he going to go to? Court of Appeals? Wow, that's craziness. That's a whole lot of headache right there. Does he have a following that shows up and talks shit at all? Like I've seen that where, somebody gets in trouble and they're famous like that and they get somebody to come in and just like they'll get to all their followers come into the court and talk shit and everything else. Yeah, see, that's fucking. Do they not understand that is not swaying a court's opinion if you come in? If anything, you're just pissing people off worse. Like, you're just going to make people in the court, like the judge, less sympathetic to what you've got going on. Like, yes, please show up and just bitch on my behalf. Not helping. Not helping anything. So we got green out of the way. What's next? Indigo. Okay. Finally get to break out some purples. Actually, really dark blues. Oh, I love it when the paint actually like flows out and is all beautiful and nice and sticks just right versus what the fuck happened with that Green Lantern. Like that thing is still tacky. Yeah, but he also might have lost his privilege to post the social, for the past 2 months. That's something that does happen. you can get in trouble. Like, sometimes the social media companies will see that you're using your online presence to disrupt like court proceedings or something like that, and they don't want to be associated with it, so they'll suspend your accounts, they'll block you, everything else. That shit does happen. Like, I don't know. I'm careful about what I say on here when it comes to stuff that isn't really in the public eye already. Because one, I'm not a news program. And two, I don't feel like sitting on the ass end of a defamation lawsuit. Well, yeah, Twitter's actually loosened up, though, where they won't ban you as easily anymore. Like, it used to be that you could have sneezed on Twitter in the wrong direction and you were banished to the cornfield. But now, with Elon Musk, is pretty good about free speech on his platform. Like, he really is. Then you've got, I don't know about this one, but is Blue Sky actually a thing now? Somebody was saying Blue Sky. I'm like, wait, so you're basically like a liberal version of Truth Social? Like, what? What are we doing here? Like, so basically, you were like, hey, Elon Musk bought our echo chamber and turned it where it's open speech for everyone. So we need to go make sure we're in an echo chamber? Like, how are you going to sway anybody's opinion doing that shit? I mean, I'm not going to lie either. If you're posting shit, like you're shit posting on Twitter, say, yeah, we'll use Twitter as the example. You're shit posting all the time on Twitter. The court sees that. They can go in and fucking take all your tweets and use the lawyers can just use them against you in a courtroom. So I could see where if you were shit posting on Twitter before, you might want to lose that all evidence of that before they can screenshot anything. Yeah, I don't know what fucking so Blue Sky being a thing or not. I know little to nothing about it because honestly, I have a Twitter account. I have tweeted exactly zero things. I just use it every now and again and go in and just check out memes. And that's about it. I have no need for to post, I've taken a shit this afternoon and this is how big it was on the internet. I don't need people following my every move. Privacy is actually a pretty good thing, in my opinion. Maybe not for everybody. Everybody wants to be like internet famous. I don't want to be internet famous. Otherwise, I'd hardcore advertise my channel and, you know, try and make my content comply and all that fun shit. And I don't do any of that because being internet famous to me doesn't matter. Like, fame doesn't matter. Don't need money, don't need fame. Don't need no credit card to ride this train. I'm doing this literally just to show people that, hey, you can do art too if you want to. And even if my art looks like shit, well, at least I accomplished something and I'm trying something. And it gives me a chance to actually talk to individuals on the internets, share opinions, share feedback. Like, there's been a couple times where different people have said something to me on here. And I'm not going to lie a little bit. I might not have known about it, or I knew minor parts of it, and then you fill me in. Like I've never heard of this this dude you're talking to me about. You just said what the lyrics to Power of Love. You know, I don't, I don't seek it though. You know, like I find it to be empty, hollow, and bullshit. If this is what you base your entire life on, like, oh, I got to be famous on the internet, like, why? What does it really do for you in the real world? I can see if you're, shout out again to Alien, where he wants to make it a career and it's a big deal and it's pretty much his goal in life is to be big on the internets. Okay, that's cool. At least you got an ambition somewhere into something. But for me, it's just a side hobby. That looks really blue, even though it's purple. I don't know why it looks so blue. Let's see. What color is that? That looks blue. That is not blue. That is purple as hell. It's eggplant purple. I think that's what it's called. Perfect purple is what it's called. And it's coming out on you guys looking at it. You got to be like, yo, this asshole's painting this thing blue. Don't forget about the news, though, because Huey Lewis is, just the lead singer. He's actually really cool if you've ever seen interviews with him. They were a fantastic band. They really were. Huey Lewis and the News. Definitely iconic. Don't take money. Don't take fame. Don't need no credit card to ride this train. Yeah, I don't know. I do think it's funny though. I mean, I think one of the big money makers now for semi attractive women, not even like super hot, beautiful women, but semi attractive women is probably owning OnlyFans, I would think. And I mean, if you got to get famous by showing your butthole on the internet, you got issues. All right, final coat. Let's see if we can't get this thing purple, purple. That looks purple, purple. I gotta get the overcoat on, and then we can paint the symbol. And this one is knock. I mean, you're not wrong. The internet is kind of the new Hollywood. I mean, it's definitely anybody can participate on the internet. Anybody can set up their own channel. Anybody can do what I'm doing anytime they like. It's not difficult, to set up or whatever. It's just a matter of can you talk and be consistent, you know? which is why, like I said, sick as an animal. And I'm still like, well, I got to do my show tonight. My wife's like, no, you don't. I'm like, look, unless it's something where my brain is full on broken, I can pull this shit off. You know, just be yourself, talk about stuff, bullshit with good people. And the rest will take care of itself. If my channel was to possibly get monetized, then, you know, it'll get monetized because I just put something out there that people enjoy. If I never get monetized, well, I never get monetized, but at least I put something out there that I can at least bullshit with friends that I've made or people that are interested in doing their own 3D models and painting them, whatever. Whatever. It's so crazy how this thing now it's drying out. Like you can see the purple, and then when it dries, the camera picks it up as blue. That's a serious disparity. I wonder if the color balance in my camera's out. And that's why certain things, when I look at them, don't come out right. It's just weird. It doesn't matter what it looks like on camera, but if you're painting something, shouldn't it matter what it looks like on camera? I mean, shouldn't you, you know, like, say I go into like great detail and all this kind of stuff, not just like sloppy painting some lantern core rings. Like I paint a figure and I give it shading and shadowing and all this, and I put it on camera and it doesn't pick up any of it. You're kind of losing something there, you know? That's just me though, I guess. Purple. Oh man, that's a pretty, what the hell is that? Plum. It's a pretty as hell fucking metallic overcoat. Like, I wonder about something. If I hold up the damn palette. Yeah, see, this is a dark purple here. That's an actual blue. Like, you can determine the colors while they're wet or what have you. But for some reason, it's not determining them on the actual ring itself. I don't know why. I don't know what the deal is with that. If I care about my channel, then it matters. I mean, I do. I do care about this. Because if nobody's watching, then why the fuck am I doing it to an extent? But I don't care about it where it's life or death. And, you know, I want to be, like I said, I don't really want to be famous or be in the public eye all that much. I mean, there's actually been times where I thought about just stopping doing this. But then I realized that if I got to set everything up and sit in front of a microphone and all that stuff, you know, that I wasn't painting my 3D prints. Like I was letting them build up and up and up and up. That's what GAM catches up, I guess. But yeah, at least this color is. I mean, I'm putting on there kind of solid. I think I'm going to silver this, the Indigo Tribes symbol out too. Might actually go back and do the same thing for Blue Lantern. Get it back into silver. I think the Orange Lantern's fine. But really, I think the Blue Lantern would also benefit from going into a silver instead of and then I might redo the overcoat into more like how I just did the Indigo Tribe, where it's more a metallic sheen to it instead of so thin looking. Let me see. Actually, you know what? I kind of like the Blue Lantern the way it is. Very thinned out. And then real deep blue on the main. Indigo Tribe will look better though silver. It's okay, Devin. I appreciate the hell out of you. I mean, thank you so much for dropping in. I know you worry about like me disappearing or something or not talking to you anymore sometimes. And don't, you know. I'm always right there. You just reach out. But I really do appreciate you. Really, really do. And thank you. Thank you for saying it's pretty. I think it does look, I think the coloring on the purple I really enjoy. I do think that came out neat. Now let's see if I can get the silver on without fucking it up too bad. I'll have to go in and tighten this up. Good night, Devin. Thank you again. Time are we at? Oh my god, it's fucking 12:30. Yeah, I'll do a fast stream. I'll just paint lantern rings. It'll take no time at all. Yeah, it'll be easy. Quick, easy, 1, 2, 3. The fuck it will be. Famous last GAM words right there. Oh, it'll be easy. It'll take no time at all. Yeah, that's sloppy as shit, GAM. Good job. Looks like hell. Time to clean that up with the purple. God damn it. God damn it, god damn it. Alright, I got what do I have left? White and the yellow. Oh no, I got Star Sapphire. So I've got 3 rings left after this. And luckily, the symbol on this ring, I could flip it either way. So now the top's dry. Just fix those little divots on the bottom here. Flip it over and let it dry. Shit. Okay. Sapphire, Sinestro, and I guess I'll do the white one next because that one's going to be the biggest pain in the ass. Well, yeah, I think that'll be the biggest pain in the ass. It's going to take like 3 fucking coats. Matter of fact, with this purple one, indigo, might even clean this up a little more. There we are. That's cleaned up. Yeah, I'm down to 2 viewers. Alright, white it is. Let's go to life. Just really wipe the shit out of this whole thing right off the rip. Yeah, definitely this one's going to take a few coats. This one's so bad I might even have to bust out the airbrush and just hit it real quick with white, which I hate doing. Definitely got to get that white in there heavy though. By far, the least favorite paint that I ever have to work with is always the white. I don't know why, but it's just bland to me. Although white lanterns, I know Kyle Rayner was one. I think Hal Jordan, yeah, Hal Jordan had the white ring for a minute. I know Kyle Rayner, he was the one who had to train with everybody, like trained with Bleeze in the Red Lantern Corps, and I can't remember who trained him for Orange. I don't know that it was actually. Didn't Lorfleeze train? Yes, Lorfleeze did train him, I want to say. I think he was part of it when they did Kyle Rayner's training. I think that was like Battle of the First Lantern or something like that. And they had an offshoot comic called The Lantern Corps. Or no, what the hell? I can't remember what the book actually was called. But it only ran, it was like a limited run. Like, wasn't, think they were going to keep going with it and then change their minds. But I know, like, Kyle Rayner, the whole premise behind it was Kyle Rayner had to train to, with each different Lantern Corps to get the concept. And like they went into like how the Indigo tribe is, they were all redeemed criminals basically, like people that were super cruel, and then they would find them and put the purple ring on them, the Indigo ring, and then convert them, so that they were so filled with compassion that they realized it's basically like the redemption core, I'd say. And her leader was known as Indigo One, and their whole thing was like knock, NOC or NOK. It's really weird. Very, very odd. Oh God. Letting the camera roll, talking to myself while painting. I swear to God. Back in the day, we used to call this schizophrenia. Sitting in a room by yourself. Well, not by yourself. I got the pets. But for the most part, by myself and just bullshitting about things that nobody really gives a fuck about. Definitely schizophrenia. White ring is going to be such a pain in the ass. I think I had eggshell white too. I probably should have busted that out for my base and then painted on top of it. Probably would have gone better. Now I'm thinking about it, but of course I didn't do that like an asshole, so we are where we are. What sucks, the only other thing that sucks about doing this and streaming is I can't put something else on in the background because I'll get hit for a copyright strike. Like, I can't put on music or something because they'll just be like, yeah, your channel is banned for this. Like, oh, well, fuck. Actually, getting that shit to punch in is fun too. As the symbol for the White Lantern is all over the damn place. Making the ring disappear on camera because I'm painting on top of the white paper, paper towel or what have you. Oh, so much fun. Yellow and pink. Star Sapphires. Who was it? It was Hal Jordan's girlfriend, Carol Ferris. It's the first one that you really find out about. They're basically like, they're freaks. They're all about love. And like I said, I know I was reading something. They said there's a new ring that's like loneliness or some shit like that, or despair. I was just like, really? Okay, you guys are going too far. It's like what the Guardians had come up with after. Because you had the Manhunters, and then the Guardians found their failure in the Manhunters because they weren't humane enough and wanted to put it on actual beings and let them tap into the emotional spectrum, which is where you get the Green Lantern ring. And then you had all these different little offshoots that came out. And, yeah. Oh, shit. All right. I've been dying to use you for a while. And I'm going to see how this thing coats on one little part. If it does not coat well, then I will go in for at least 2 more coats on this white, probably one of them liquidized. But this white, I've been waiting to use. I think I've used it once before. And I'm going to go on there kind of thick with it. Let's see how she looks. Very nice. Actually, that's coating a lot better than I would have thought. But it's a pearl white. So metallic pearl white, like pearl essence white. The only problem is, gotta be real gentle with it. It definitely shows off every brush stroke that I fuck up on. And I don't think it coats deep enough. It looks shiny. Let me see. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to have to get in there with regular white, a lot heavier, before I go to the overcoat. Overcoat is doing what I was afraid of, and it is pushing pigment out and still leaving the overcoat, which looks nice, but it's actually kind of killing down the white. The base white anyway, and going more to a black, which we don't want. I mean, it looks good to an extent. It's got a nice sheen to it, but at the same point in time, I got to be careful because otherwise you are going to see nothing but brush stroke, and it's going to look like black and white. We don't want that black in there. We want that out, so it's pearl coated, and we get kind of a rainbow effect off of it, like in the comics. Do 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 do. Root to two. I really don't want to have to go this in depth with it, but nothing I can do. I gotta way overcoat it. Otherwise, the white is just going to get washed right out. And we will go into the overcoat directly. Does that even look on Can't even see this diamond that's in the middle of this thing. There we go. Yeah, it's definitely picking up that pearl coloring. Pearl Queen. Unfortunately, and I don't think I'd go silver with the center symbol. That center symbol is going to be kind of washed into the rest of the coloring on the ring. Just because the nature of the white. I could have left it black in there just so the symbol popped through, but then the ring would not look right. Wow. I tried to flip the thing off so I could paint it a little different. Did not happen that way though. Fucking hate the white lantern too. I know he's life and all that, but definitely my least favorite out of all the, like, at least Death Hand or Death Hand. The fuck's his name? I don't know. The Black Lantern. He was interesting because he's kind of schizophrenic and like crazy and just misses his family and all that and resurrects them from the dead and just starts bringing and calls them all like his friend, like zombies basically. Like, oh, they're my friends. It's at least an interesting story. The White Lanterns are kind of bitches, even though they're super powerful. Yeah, the White Lantern looks like shit, but not much I can do with it because it's fucking white. Even if I go in here, I'm just going to dry brush a little and see if I can't pull out pigment. Move it around. Something to try and help it. I'm just going to call it a day on the white one. I mean, you can see the symbol a little better now, but still just shitty. That one was a pain in the ass. These Green Lanterns are finally dry. He's not as tacky anymore. All right, who do we got left? Star Sapphire. Bring out your pinks. Actually, as unfortunate as it is, yeah, I'm gonna have to base coat. It's going into one. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 paint on this too. I'll be using my skin tone Wild Orchid. I got it, and unfortunately, this one was on clearance, but I've got to find another bottle of it or the equivalent, like the new equivalent, because this is the one that I use for skin tone for my undercoat for my skin is this Wild Orchid stuff, because it really does make the character pop, or the top skin pop once it's applied. So I'm gonna have to figure out what their new color wheel is, or what new colors they have, and which one actually matches it. And fortunately, base coat's going to be fine. Maybe 2 coats on this, and then I'm going right into a metallic, because this one does have a silver symbol in the center. Like, it's not a pink symbol. Like, the blue lantern works because it's blue, if that makes any sense. Like, the silver blue kind of shows up. The orange lantern works because of the copper tone that's in there. And the rest of the lantern core, like, I mean, I'm half tempted actually to, maybe I can do that with the white lantern to make that shit pop. Give it the silver symbol in the center. The rest of them, though, yeah, as a matter of fact, I think I'm going to. I think I'm going to go back to the white one as soon as I'm done with this. Or I'm letting this base coat dry out. And I think I'm going to hit the white with silver in the center, because otherwise you're not going to be able to see. It's just going to look like a blob. Base coat's basically in there. Let's give it another build-up coat. Give it a second coat. Definitely want a good pink base under it. Did I even flip this fucking thing? I can't remember. I'm going to have to flip it. Oof. That shit knocked out. Let it dry a little bit. When I do the silver, that's when I'll go back to the white, I think. Oh, flip that thing when it was still way too wet. Okay, let that dry for a minute. Oh, snap my fucking back. Yeah, yep, I'm like a man with prostate cancer. I got a weak stream. Oh, good Lord. Oh my goodness. Time we at? We at 1:30 yet? No, we're not even at 1 o'clock. Oh, good Lord. Uh-oh. I may have to take my dog out here for a minute. And at least get this coat of paint on. And I'm going to walk that puppers. I can hear him whimpering. And honestly, it's fair. He's been a good boy through this whole thing so far. So if I take like a 5 minute to walk him, take a 5 minute to walk him. Besides that, not like anybody's watching right now anyway. And if you are, you probably have the volume off. Just fast forwarding through the painting part. Should probably do these as shorts, to be honest with you, and just here's your start, here's your finish. But I wanted to show everybody that it can be done no matter what skill level you are, kind of fuck up you are or not. And you too can do this kind of fucking bullshit. And even better, you can do it without having somebody having to talk to damn near no one. But it's all good. It's the real problem with this pink and why I use it as an undercoat, because it leaves that openness to it. Alright, I'm pretty sure my dog's got a piss and he's being good. I'm going to take him out real quick. I will be right back in a hot second. Alrighty. Hopefully that wasn't too long. Oh. I gotta clean up the soundboard so I can actually see where the volume turn up is. It's, where's my Rose Summer? Alright, here we go. There we are. Looking better already. Fill out that inner band. Oh, fun, 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 fun. Do 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 do. Rock. Oh, that's great. My hair's coming out of its fucking ponytail. Oh, paint gobber. What is going on with that? Made the star look misshapen for a second. Tie my hair back. Let that dry before I flip it. There we go. That's better. All right. Let me check something. Good shit. Go nice and gentle with this. I don't want to push pigment out. Nice and easy. Tell you what, it's fucked up. I'm actually looking forward to. I believe my wife got me the pipe I want for Christmas. And when I say pipe, I don't mean like bowl for weed. I mean an actual like cherry wood pipe. And good, I think she picked, if anything, I know my wife, she's kind of a connoisseur of that type of shit and understands it way better than I ever will. Betcha she picked me out a nice tobacco for it. So I've noticed I'm starting to move away from my cigarettes. I'm starting to not smoke as much. And I'll get like a pack of Black and Milds and enjoy the tobacco in them better than I do in my normal smoke. Alright, I gotta let that dry. Where the hell is my another towel? Oh, there it is. Gotcha. Clean out this brush a little bit. Yeah, that's what I thought. Let me fire that back up then. other trucker. Okay, good. There we are. Very cool. All right. Hopefully she's dry enough. I'll just smack that camera around with my paintbrush. All right, yeah, she's dry. Just get this under part done. And that's going on pretty damn smooth. This is going to be the bitch getting in there. Use a tiny brush, but I don't feel like cleaning it again because I'm lazy. All right, good shit. And because that symbol can be flipped either which way, I can go ahead and paint that silver. No, I don't want you. No, I don't. What the hell? That's way too thick for that. Go to this one. Actually, like, oh, cleaning it up, cleaning it up. I need to tighten up the tip on this brush real quick with a little cleaning. So weird. Star Sapphire complete. All right. While I'm in the silver, like I said, let's go back to this white ring, which, god damn, that's a pain in my ass. I am not liking the way this looks. As a matter of fact, this one's getting hit with another coat of white before it dries out, because it looks bad. That did not coat right at all. Like, I can still see black through the white, even with 3-4 coats on it. I'm really going to thicken it the hell up. And then go over it again with the pearl essence. I cannot take, like, it's fine if it's got imperfections to it, but there's a difference between imperfections and making something look half-assed. And that looks half-assed. Matter of fact, I'm going to hit it with a coat, go on to the yellow ring, paint that, let this dry out, then hit it with the pearl essence afterwards. Let's see if that fucking fixes it, because it just looks like I did a shoddy job on this one. Oh, and then I did that like an asshole. Like, this side does not look bad. Unfortunately, I really got to clean the shit out of this brush. So I still have pink in it. And I'm still pulling pink pigment. And I shouldn't be. And that's going to end up transferring. And yeah, that'll definitely be unacceptable at that point. Now, I mean, these things look all right. Once I hit them with the top coat and make them shiny, though, that's when they'll pop. Especially the metallic paint in there. Goddamn white rings. I fucking hate white paint. Really hate it. Nothing I can do. That's what color the spectrum it is. It's all the different colors mixed together. Another paper towel piece. Clean the shit out of this brush. Try and use this pearl essence again in a minute. Because, yeah, it looked like shit. Like, I mean, it looked terrible. Terrible. Pearl Essence. What really sucks is I can't even see the, because of how bright the white is. I can't see in the camera. There's flaws or something that I'm seriously missing. I have to legit move my head away from the mic and angle to just see the white on the Pearl Essence because it shifts in light. Big time pain in the ass. I'm not going to lie, if you're going to work with this Pearl Essence, it seems better to almost dab it on there than to wipe it on because you get an interesting texture to it that really accentuates the pearl coloring. Just something I'm realizing as I'm going here. It actually looks like it's cut from pearl. Alright, and then I'll nail the center out. Silver. But yeah, actually that's much better. And I'm guessing once I paint the center silver, it'll look sharp. It'll look the way it's supposed to. Alright. Let's make sure you're clean and ready. My only issue with doing this in silver is I can't screw up. If I do, you're going to be able to see it real easy. Oh my goodness. Son of a bitch. I thought something was up with this. God damn it, I'm going to fuck up the Pearl Essence. There was a support in the center. I was wondering why the symbol didn't look right, and I don't know if you guys can see that, but there was a little... Where the hell did that little bastard go? There was a little support left in the center of the symbol, and I'm like painting, and I'm like, that doesn't look right. That should all be uniform. Why doesn't it look right? Hopefully the symbol's looking okay on camera. Stupid little piece out of there. Move you off. I think that's much better looking. Alright, cool. That brings us to last but absolutely not least, Yellow Lantern or Sinestro Core Fear. And this one's going to be interesting. Go base yellow. Base yellow. And then we're going to go 3 shades up, I think, on yellow. Get our mustard wrap in here. Gotta remember to just move the paper towel. But of course, even after I'm done like these strokes, I'll end up moving the whole fucking ring anyway, because, yeah. I may have just said it, but I'll forget it in a minute. Like, not gonna lie, it's that easy to forget. Ooh. And actually, why am I gonna do this once, but I gotta do the fucking thing twice? This one I'm going right to the face to begin with. Go pull out that extra pigment. It's definitely yellow. Yeah, so far I think out of all the rings, the white one came out my least favorite. But then again, I'm getting tired. Oh, goodness. All right. Good Lord. Cool. Oh, God, they look like such shit when you first start doing them. After the coating gets in there, though, it's not bad. Start with this guy first. Let that dry a little bit before I go ahead and grab that again. I hear the secrets that you keep when you're talking in your sleep. Kids nowadays will never know the amazingness of the romantics. Or the creepiness, actually, of that song now I'm thinking about it. Because you're sitting there like, what kind of freak sits there and waits for somebody to fall asleep to see what they're thinking about. I think I just fucked up and painted my damn. It'd be funny if I did. I think I just painted. Yeah, I did. Completely just painted my fucking tweezers like an asshole. God damn, grab it. There we go. Cool. This one got the same problem. Kinda not as bad. Paint my fucking tweezers again if I'm not careful. Let the fucking base coat dry out again. I'll hit it again. Again! Oh, I'm gonna stretch my back. Poor dog. He's like staring at me like, yo, asshole, you said you'd be done like right around 11 o'clock. He's being a very good boy tonight, aren't you, buddy? Good pupper. Oh my God. All right. Back into it. Round 2. Fight. Maybe not. Still wet. Yeah, very wet. Dog, calm down. God damn it. Good boy. I don't even know what he's doing. He's throwing something the hell around. As long as it's not one of the cats, I'm alright with it. Yeah. Unfortunately, yellow is taking longer to dry than I thought it would. God damn. think that should be enough base coat. Let's get the actual color. And yeah, this is not my final coat of this light yellow that I'm putting on now. That's going to change up real quick because I am doing almost a twin magic. I need to check something real quick though. That's why. And I'm hoping this comes out the way I'm envisioning it. And it'll be very, very cool. If not, well, we'll just call it a fail. Mm. Dear Lord. Yeah, sorry I'm not talking all that much, guys, but since nobody's in the chat to respond, eventually it does feel like I'm just an asshole with paranoia if I just keep talking. So if you're watching this in the future, that's why I'm not bullshitting as much or going on diatribes or anything else, even though I guess technically I am now. And there's a reason why I'm not too worried about these first two coats being uniform and like sexy. Just trying to get in the as many of those grooves as I can. There is a method to my madness. And it'll be on full display very shortly here. Good Lord. Yeah, as soon as the two of these dry a little bit more, time to see if the time to see if the shit I have in my mind works or it fails. Think it's going to come out all right, but we'll see. Here we go. Water for this trick. let them dry more. Hoping the black accentuates it. Although I don't know, it doesn't look like it is. It's not. Yeah, I didn't pull it off right. Fuck. I mean, I did to an extent, but not the extent I wanted. I'm going to have to hit it with another layer of the dark yellow. Yeah, out of all the colors, I thought this was going to be the easiest, and of course, it's the most difficult because I thought it was going to be the easiest. Yeah, this did not pull off like I wanted it to. I was trying to get the gold to accentuate the light coloring, but it's not doing it. I think I'm better off with a dark color underneath baseline. And even worse is this one's really starting to piss me off because pigment is not grabbing that black for some reason on this one. And it's not that it's too wet either. It's a pretty even coat of paint across it. It's just not holding the paint for some reason. Like that other one has me so pissed off at this moment. Like this is starting to piss me off too. This wide open spot. This other one has me so fucking annoyed right now. I'm literally going to do this to it. This one's literally getting manual dry. Just to pull off any extra bullshit that's on it. Because it is not holding anything. Like the paint is just not sticking to it at all. And this one will get redone from fucking scratch. It's annoying me so bad. Coming out all fucking patchy and sloppy. Like, get the fuck out of here. But that, you can miss me with that nonsense. I mean, if I got to rebase coat it and go up from there, I'm fine with it. But I'm definitely not going to sit here and just paint in the same spot 50 times in a row. I might even do it with the other one if it doesn't dry sooner rather than later. Because either my paint's too wet, I don't know. But everything else hasn't had a problem drying out. And all of a sudden, like, these two rings do not want to dry, no matter what I'm trying. Paint's just, like, slipping on it. And then leaving patchy openings and looking like absolute dog shit. Like, it's worse than the white. I've never had this problem with the fucking yellows either. My yellows are usually very, very solid and very, very nice. One thing I can tell you all, even though there's probably nobody even watching this shit, that I think is absolutely hysterical, is my wife will send me shit here and there, like, oh, check this out, check that out. And she sent me, I want to say it was a chimera, a unicorn, and I can't remember what the other thing was. And like, I got it and I said, oh, that's cool. But I've already got them painted like a month ago and sitting in the fucking closet. The only thing that I didn't have was the unicorn. That's because the print that I did of it, the horn broke off and did not look good glued back. So I've got to redo that one on the new printer and hope it looks more solid, like better. But yeah, I'm going to let this shit cake and dry. And then hit it again in a minute. In the meantime, I got to figure out what I'm going to print next. I know I'm going to redo this Toga's head, or not head. Well, maybe I will redo the head too. I'm not seeing a lot of structure or build up on it, but I'm definitely redoing her hair, like her bangs or whatever, because I can see a shit ton of supports. So I think I'm going to flip it around to the bald side, or the blind side, and then redo it. But I really am kind of impressed with Toga. She came out neat. And the way the guy broke up the model, he did it right in the cut lines for her pants and stuff like this, so. See, like this ring, once again, this ring, looking dry and everything else. This other ring, look how patchy and fucking slipshot it looks on the paint job. Like, it's just not drying. I don't know what the difference is between the two. I do know this much. I've got a little space heater here. I'm going to hold that up and let it hit the paint so it dries a little bit faster. I should pull out my fucking heat gun and just let loose on this fucking bullshit. Let me see. I'm just going to go in here with a dry brush and test. See if I'm pulling pigment. This one's actually starting to dry now. Just looks shitty, yeah. I got pigment on the brush off of this one. I don't know why it's coming out like that. Let's see. See if the pigment will actually grab now. It's a little bit better. I'm still getting that smoothing. Good thing I did 2 of these, because one of these is about to get thrown the fuck away. Because, yeah, I'm just full on. If I go in rough it all, I pull all the fucking pigment off of it, and that shouldn't be happening. That one's in the trash. I don't think I cured it enough. Something's just not right with that ring, which I'm fine with. I just got to focus more on one ring instead of 2. A little patch in here for this. I'll end up watching this part of the video back because I want to see what the fuck, like where I fucked up on that other ring. Why it's not coating, why it's not, like, I don't know if I was rushing it or what. Too wet on my paint. I don't think so, because I'm using the same paint in the same manner on both rings. That ring pissed me off so bad that I'm done with it. I could wish it right in the cornfield. And I don't know if you guys know what I mean when I say wish it into the cornfield. I'm literally saying it's a joke, because in the Twilight Zone, one, and it's like it's played by Billy Mummy, and he's a kid that anything he imagines he makes happen. Anything he kind of wishes for, he makes happen with his mind. And he like turns one guy into a jack-in-the-box and all this. And then what the adults have taught him is that if it's something so horrifying to everybody else, I think it's called It's a Good Life. And if he pisses him off, like they piss him off, the people piss him off, he'll fuck with them like real bad. Like he turns, like I said, one guy into a jack-in-the-box. But they'll tell him to wish him to the cornfield. Don't know where the hell the cornfield is, but like basically he makes the person just disappear out of reality. All right, give that a minute or 2, let it dry. Let me see, can I get in there before I even go any further? Get in there with this lighter color and have it actually adhere and not damage what I painted. Yeah, I can. But I'm definitely adjusting my method of painting this fucking ring, because I don't feel like stripping it down and doing it all over again. Stripping it down, doing it all over again. I'll just end the stream and fucking smash this thing with a hammer and call it a day. we're actually getting some layering going. Let this part dry, and then I've got to address, I've got like a black spot up front. No doubt from me moving this thing around so much. And of course, the fun part is back here, where I can't even see. There we go. Now I just gotta let that fucking bullshit dry. And probably keep working on the outer band with the lighter yellow as it's drying and letting it blend and absorb. Because it does actually look like it's sticking this time. Although I'm starting to get that spot again. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Why there's certain spots on this that shit just isn't sticking to. I gotta go back in there real nice and easy. Paint them out. I'm gonna have to give it a whole bunch of time to fucking dry out, I guess. I think I've got more yellow on my fingers than any other color right now, too, from this bullshit. Alright, there we go. Even shittier, I've got to flip it over and look at the front of it. Which I can tell that some parts of this are still fucking wet. Gotta be careful not to hit those parts. Dog, I got enough problems. Don't you start whining on me now. You've been a good boy all night. Actually, not doing too terrible now. Only problem is I still got to do the front end of this damn thing. And I got this part right here, which I don't think is fully dry, but let's see if I can't pull this off. Nope, do it. Motherfucker stick. No, it's gonna get worse and worse. Whole rest of the ring good to go, except for this one little tiny spot. So I'm gonna have to hit it and not goop it. Give me a small, medium brush. Patch it real quick. A bit more. And see if I can do this while it's still wet. I might be able to pull this off. Don't know. Find out right now. There we go. All right, cool. What else am I missing? Interior. Right in there. All right. Let's see if this pulls off now. Don't need to be too thick. Oh, of course, I had to put my fucking dumb ass finger right there. Looks like it is. Because the yellow is smearing the way it is, I've gone to a dab technique. I'm just dabbing the paint in there. Almost like I'm tattooing it in. But we're giving it a gold coloring. The only other problem is when I flip this around and get to the face of the damn thing. Because I don't want it to be just a plain ass gold ring. I want it to have the yellow to it. But definitely want that metallic in there. So it's really about thinning it over the yellow. Making it look like it glows. So the yellow's just barely coming through. I know this is going to be a problem right here. So I'm going to touch that up. I'm going to do a fast ass layer to it. I'm going to go from my dark yellow directly into the light yellow, directly into the gold on top. Pain in the fucking dick, but we're going to pull it off. Just for whatever reason, right here doesn't want to dry while the rest of the ring does. And it's not overstacked with too much color. It's just being difficult for some odd reason. That's fine. We're going to pull that shit off right now. Damn, almost. There it is. So hopefully that looks like it's glowing on screen, which I believe it is. Alright, motherfucker. Now let's look at the face of you. While all that other bullshit is drying out, I can go back here, tag that out real quick. Alright. Anywhere I see that black. It's funny too, because the ring's upside down right now. Spot there, there. Okay, yeah, we're yellowed. We're yellowed right where we need it to be. I just gotta check and see how tacky it is on the back. And gotta come up top and go with it again. Fill in this little bit of bullshit. Go directly into the gold on top of it. So I'm putting on such a thin layer of the gold, I'm getting the yellow to pop through and it gives it a glowing effect. Sparkle glow, so to speak. It's not just a yellow lantern. Well, I guess it is technically, but it's like a golden yellow lantern. Because I didn't want this to look flat out gold. And of course, that one fucking spot, like, I don't know what the deal is with that. my God, that spot is going to piss me off because I haven't even touched it and it went clear again. This side of the ring I can understand because of the way it was stood. But it's just that one spot in particular. Go. God fucking damn it. What is up with this one fucking spot? I am like blowing on it and everything. Going on as thin as possible. Man, it's fucking killing me. I don't know what is up with that one spot. Like, even with all the paint cleared off, redone, the whole 9 yards. It's got me to that fucking point. It's got me to the point where I'm pissed off enough where I've got the air compressor on and I'm just going to use the air from it to that airbrush needs to be taken apart and reassembled. All right, you piece of shit. you're either going to fix or you're fucking done. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta do a little power build up on it. That's when you knew I stopped fucking around the moment I turned on the goddamn airbrush. But damn if it doesn't work. Little motherfucker. Yeah, I definitely had enough of this bullshit for one night. It was 2:30 in the fucking morning. Sick, tired, fucking infection in the jawline. Probably sound like a complete asshole when I'm talking. Nobody watching, so the fuck am I even doing this shit for at this point? Like for the rest of the night? You know, I guess for people that are going to watch it in the future, maybe after the fact, or want to catch up on what I did. Yeah, nobody to bounce shit off of. It's quiet and boring. Poor dog staring at me like, hey dude, thought you'd fucking be done by now, you old asshole. Had enough because Sinestro Core is also my favorite of the lanterns. Could have gone in a whole diatribe about it and everything else. Not only is there nobody to listen to it, But on top of it, I'm getting so frustrated with the actual paint part of this that should be fucking dry and banged out. Let's check that in. That's good. That's good. The ring looks like shit right now because I banged that the fucker out. Now I can actually go into the detail part, and I'm hoping this lines up the way I want it to differentiate it from the rest of the ring. But yeah, it's so frustrating when paint doesn't, like, I don't know what the deal is with the yellows on this ring in particular. Every other ring they dried kind of all right and fast, with the exception of one, which I knew that was going to happen because it's the fucking white ring. And the two-toned approach on this is not going to work, so I am going to have to go back to the silver for the interior. I was afraid of that. Which I'm fine with. I'm fine with giving it a silver interior. The only one of the rings that actually looked right without the silver interior so far has been the orange and the blue. Everything else I've kind of wanted to go to a silver here. Get the fuck out of here, brush, because I've had it with you for tonight. Which Sinestro's symbol, of course, is probably one of the more complicated ones to paint. You have this little top hat here. That's how you know the ring is up the right way, though. That's why I called it a little top hat. Yeah, it's legit. It's a weird symbol. Like, out of all the Lantern Corps, I think it's the oddest symbol out of all of them. Only one that's like close to as weird is probably Larfleeze or the Orange Lantern. I mean, even though it's got symmetry to it, it's definitely weird. I mean, I did get the effect I wanted on the outside, but unfortunately what I was going to do is go with two different tones of gold. And they're too similar. They're not different enough. I could have gone to a brassier pattern, but I don't know. It's fine the way it is. That other ring, though, fucking really, really fucking had me heated to a point where that's in the cornfield now. Well, that would have been royally fucked up. I'm like, something's not right with this. And then figuring out that there's a whole nother arm here. Should come up to at least there. Maybe to get painted in. Like that. Am I fucking missing something here? Oh, there we go. Is that an optical illusion or is it just my eyes? Why doesn't that look like I just painted the other arm? It looks like I only have one arm painted. What the fuck? What is up with that? in the buck. So weird. Let me do this real quick. That's gonna fucking suck, but I'm gonna hit that outer arm again in gold and then hit it again with silver, because I think the thin gap that's in there is not showing up for some reason. Okay, yeah, that should look like it's empty right now. Oh, the fun of fucking painting symbols. Like, I mean, I'm going in here heavy as fuck right now because I've had enough. All right. Look at that thing. Wow. So, problem number one. There's a little support right there. Fix that. And then I've got to get in here with this damn silver. Clean up that mess. And that'll be the end of it. And I may even go in there with the tweezers real quick, because something about the design looks off to me. I don't know if it's a parallel flaw, what's going on. Like, almost like the symbol and the whatchamacallit, when it printed, it didn't separate them completely. So I just had to I just used the edge of my tweezers and cut a groove. So now it looks right. Yeah, I had to cut this little groove in. For some reason, I thought it was just me fucking extra painting it, but it wasn't. It was something with the print. It warped a little, I guess. And it was enclosed where this one was open. Holy shit. Fucking Sinestro's ring. Done. Let me see. Do I gotta tighten anything up on this? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Right about there. Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't leave a shit ass Sinestro ring. I would feel like a total douchebag, considering, like I said, that if I was in any core, it'd probably be Sinestro core. All right, let's take a look, shall we? Let's line them back up. Orange. We have greed. We have death. Hope. And like I said, the blue and the orange came out well for the shine off the actual symbol. Although I do kind of feel like I should do them all silver. Yeah, I'm going to argue with that in my brain for a minute. Orange, silver, blue, red is rage. Trust is a symbol. And we have will, standard Green Lantern ring. Compassion, the Indigo tribe. Sinestro is fear. White, which actually didn't come out terrible after redoing it. White is light, or life. And last but not least, we have Star Sapphire, which is love. So let me do this. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I want to call these done. I'm fucking going to kill myself with this shit. I'm going to kill myself. And I don't mean like, actually, do a deed where I end my life. I mean like kick myself in my own nuts. Where the fuck is my yellow brush? My silver. Even though I like the way they look, like this. Oh, god damn it. Where the fuck did you just drop to? Even though I like the way they look, this copper flash to it, when you look at it in context against the other rings, the silver looks much better. And because of that, I gotta fucking fix them. I just gotta be careful not to blow out at all on any of these symbols, or else I'm gonna have to refire up old paints. But yeah, after looking at them all together, the blue and the orange do not look right because they're not silver symboled. But I did love the double copper on the gold, or on the gold on the orange. Right. So orange or greed / avarice fixed. Death. Hope. This one's going to be fun. Wow. Hope, rage, willpower, compassion, fear, life, love. God damn it. How the hell? What the fuck? I ended up with a whole extra bottle of yellow I didn't even know I had laying around here somehow. Oh. Cleanup time. They're a little better on those. I don't know why the hell I'm holding on to a brush in one hand while I'm putting paint away like an asshole. Yeah, I figure I'll let the camera run for a little bit. This way I get my title card like I normally do from the actual end of project. I really should come up with a different method of doing that shit. But yeah, some of these, I think she's right. That one's probably the prettiest way I got it shimmer. Every damn lantern core. Well, not every one, because I think there is that one that's despair or loneliness or whatever the hell it is. And of course, I've thrown my lighter somewhere. Let me see. There it is. So weird. Looking at some of these things that I've done where they just start oozing out shit. I still got this guy who's got to get primed too. Good old Venom. He's got it. I got to get him all fitted together and everything. He printed out nice, but the fittings on him definitely need adjustment. Alrighty. I think we should be good. Just that ring, so it's actually all lined up. Old Sinestro core. That one came out cool too. Actually, they all did. They did not come out bad. I don't know why. No one's got a baseboard more, I guess. It's just the way the fucking lighting is. Can't even see the whole symbol for Sinestro. But trust me, it's there. It's definitely there. Yeah. Well, thanks for hanging out. It's way later than I wanted it to be. I appreciate everybody who watched, dropped by, dropped a like, jumped in for the conversation. All two of you, Devin and Mister, thank you very much. You guys kept me company for a minute. I appreciate everybody who just stops in, says hello, and hopefully you learned what happens when you have something go wrong and then have to fucking adjust for it. You just pull out tools and, matter of fact, let me turn off the air compressor while I'm saying this. You just figure a way of making it work. Regardless of how bad it gets. I don't know what's up with this fucking airbrush either. Why the hell did that come apart? I mean, it's an old airbrush, but still, things should not have popped free the way it did. It's got to be taken completely apart and put back together. Because that's my whatchamacallit, my blackening brush, my base painter. Thank you again, everybody. And everybody have a good night. I won't talk to you till after Christmas, so Merry Christmas, everybody. And I appreciate y'all. Hope you have a great Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, whatever the fuck you celebrate. But for me, it's Merry Christmas. I'll be back next Thursday, so day after Christmas, I guess. And thank you again. And just remember, until next time, don't take shit from anyone. Good night, everybody.